côté. Il y aura gents, ou bien les dames, les messieurs. C'est bien inscrit à votre côté.
Yeah, the main convention area. Left.
C'est juste à côté gauche.
The hotel offers a free Wi-Fi. You go to convention, Wi-Fi. Password is Paradise 2026. You access the link. Then you go to the code. The code is PrideInn. Then you write your name. Then you get into our Wi-Fi.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, to access our Wi-Fi, you go to convention.
Pour le Wi-Fi, allez sur le Wi-Fi qui s'appelle Convention Wi-Fi.
Paradise 2026.
Alors, le mot de passe, c'est le Paradise 2026.
You click the link.
Alors, il y a un lien, vous vous connectez là-bas.
The code is PrideInn.
Le code, c'est PrideInn en
Then
un
you
seul mot.
write your name.
Et puis, vous mentionnez votre nom et prénom.
In case you get something suspicious when you are around the hotel, dial 1509 to security office.
Alors, 1509, 1509, si vous avez besoin des services de sécurité, si vous êtes dans les chambres ici à l'hôtel.
Have a good day and enjoy yourself in PrideInn Paradise. Thank you so much.
On vous souhaite d'avoir une journée agréable et merci encore une fois.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Grace for giving us that important information.
Merci beaucoup, Grace.
Thank you. It's a security and safety symposium, so we need to know our exits and what to do in case of an emergency. So at this point, when the guest of honor walks in, I'll ask you to be upstanding. But in the meantime, we can have some music interlude. Thank you.
Alors, merci encore une fois de grâce pour nous avoir donné cette information très importante sur notre sécurité et notre sécurité ici. En attendant que notre invité d'honneur se joigne à nous, on demande un peu de musique, tout doux. Et quand l'invité d'honneur entrera, on va vous demander cordialement de vous lever, de vous mettre debout pour l'accueillir chaleureusement. Merci encore une fois.
Vamos, Congo de l'honneur, Congo de la dignité, notre Congo. Oya kotika la moto suka, soki ya bimi. Bebe kero, Congolais nyoso wa bimi yo, Bombela Congo mboka na yo. Et sa valeur na mongamba po Congo itongama Vivine Moleka
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding to welcome the guest of honor and accompanying dignitaries. Thank you. kindly be seated.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have to invite you to be upstanding again for the Kenyan National Anthem and the East African Anthem.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats.
We shall have a moment of prayers. And can we ask Miss Esther Nyaga, please?
I request us to kindly stand so that we pray, if you don't mind. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning. We thank you for your goodness. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your faithfulness. Thank you that you've brought everyone here from leaders, industry partners, organizations to be able to discuss, deliberate, and just gather thoughts together to be able to come up with solutions that will grow the aviation sector. How we ask that as we begin, Lord, you will begin with us. How we ask that your covering will be upon us. We ask for your protection. We ask for your safety, safety of us so that the hotel, safety of everyone, whether they are traveling in, traveling out, we ask for your blessing. As we begin, Lord, may you begin with us, and even when we finish, we ask that you will help us and remind us to give you thanks. We honor you and we bless you, for this is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Can we please remain upstanding? We request a representative from the Federal Republic of Somalia to lead us also in a prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم له مقاليد السماوات والأرض يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء ويقدر إنه بكل شيء عليم. To Allah, to Him we belong. He belongs the keys of treasuries of the heaven and the earth. He gives abundant or limited provision. He wills, indeed, He has perfect knowledge of all the things. In this session, we ask God to protect for whatever mission we have convened together, all the East Africa community. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate. May you take your seats. And at this juncture, we are going to celebrate our cultures. Okay. And for the interest of time, allow us to bring that item right next after. And as I welcome our co-MC, Mr. Amukono, to take over next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arnold. I think we need to redeem time, so allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to have the pleasure to welcome the Acting Director of the East African Community, KCASSOA, the Acting Executive Director, Mr. Francis Lichuma, to deliver his opening remarks. Acting ED.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. We are glad you made it safely to Mombasa to join us for this event. The Chair, Board of Directors, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Brown Ondego, the Deputy Regional Director, ICAO ISAF, Engineer Richard Katete, the heads of delegation, the United Republic of Tanzania, the chairperson, EAC-CASSOA Board of Directors, represented by Ms. Winnie Ngamije, the Acting Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Nicholas Bodo, Directors of the Board of EAC-CASSOA, Director Generals from Civil Aviation Authorities, the heads of delegation from the different organizations, media and all service providers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of KCASSOA, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the 7th East African Community Aviation Symposium, hosted here in this beautiful town of Mombasa. I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Kenya for hosting this important regional event. As outlined in the concept note, this symposium provides a platform to collectively address key priorities in aviation safety, efficiency, security, and sustainability within the East African region. Allow me to highlight some key achievements realized through our collective efforts and partnerships. The harmonization of regulations and technical guidance materials across the EAC has significantly strengthened regulatory compliance and ensured consistency in oversight practices among partner states. This has contributed to improved alignment with ICAO standards and recommended practices and enhanced audit performance outcomes across our region. These achievements have been made possible through strong and sustained partnerships. Our collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization through the ISAF office has been instrumental in advancing capacity building, technical assistance, and regulatory development. Joint activities have been including training workshops, support missions to support partner states in addressing audit findings, and developing corrective action plans, and coordinated support in priority areas such as PBN implementation, air navigation modernization, and safety oversight strengthening. We have also immensely benefited from strategic support provided through programs funded by the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, including the Aviation Safety in Africa, ASA, and the Safety in African Aviation Systems initiatives. These programs have supported the region in enhancing regulatory capacity, strengthening oversight systems, and addressing safety deficiencies through targeted interventions. Through these collaborations, we have been able to implement training activities, develop technical guidance materials, and support states in improving compliance with international standards. In addition, collaboration with the African Civil Aviation Commission has contributed to advancing continental initiatives, such as the Single African Air Transport Market, while cooperation with our other regional safety oversight organizations has facilitated the sharing of best practices and strengthening of regional oversight mechanisms. Furthermore, the implementation of the EAC examination system has significantly improved the standardization, quality, and credibility of aviation personnel licensing across the region. The deployment of the SOFIA oversight system has strengthened the management of safety oversight activities by enabling better planning, tracking, and reporting, thereby supporting a more structured and transparent regulatory environment. Allow me to give a brief recap of activities that have been undertaken after the 6th Aviation Symposium that was held in 2024 in Zanzibar with regards to the resolutions. The first resolution, which called for harmonization of Article 92 of the East African Community Treaty to enable common community-level aviation legislation. This matter was presented to the 19th Sectoral Council on TCM at the community, which directed the agency to develop a legislative pathway for the same. The draft was reviewed by the legal working group made up of legal directors from the CAAs, with the process progressing through the TCM scheduled for June 2026 before being presented to the Council of Ministers, with amendments expected to commence in January of 2027. The second resolution called for strengthened technical support to enhance SAP's compliance and address ICAO audit findings. Here, the agency developed a strategic plan 2025 to 2030, prioritizing state support, and now conducts at least 4 missions annually to each partner state, with 4 missions in 2024 completed, 5 in 2025, and 5 in 2026 to date across 4 partner states. And the agency also supports from ad hoc requests from partner states where we conduct technical missions to support. The third resolution encouraged states to operationalize SATAM under the Yamoussoukro decision. For this, the agency continues engagement with the East African Community Secretariat and partner states and supports the development of regional legal and regulatory frameworks. The fourth resolution called for strengthening state safety program implementation through a regional safety mechanism. The agency updated the SSP roadmap, revised SMS TGMs, and remains active in AFI, and has scheduled an SSP capacity building training in this month of 2026. The final resolution from the 6th Aviation Symposium required the development of a regional aviation cybersecurity policy. The agency developed the policy, which was approved by the Board of Directors of the agency in 2025, and established a coordinated regional cybersecurity framework. However, despite these achievements, we must candidly acknowledge the challenges that continue to affect our performance. Funding constraints have limited the pace and scope of implementation of key regional programs, affecting our ability to fully operationalize and sustain these initiatives. Additionally, the high competitiveness of the global aviation sector has led to significant turnover of skilled professionals. This is further compounded by limited work terms and relatively constrained emoluments, which impact staff retention and continuity. These challenges underscore the urgent need for sustainable financing mechanisms, strengthened institutional support, and strategic investment in human capital. Looking ahead, we must continue to build on our partnerships, scale up successful initiatives, and accelerate implementation in key areas such as seamless airspace integration, digital transformation, cybersecurity resilience, and sustainable aviation development. I call upon all stakeholders to continue working collaboratively and to support the region in translating these partnerships into tangible safety, efficiency, and resilience across the East African community aviation system. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Thank you. Another applause for the Acting Executive Director, KCAA. Another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to recognize our dignitaries present. In this meeting, we have His Excellency Dr. Bernard Kibese, the Ambassador of Tanzania to Kenya. We have the Chairman of the Board of Directors, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Brown Ondego. We have with us the Deputy Regional Director, ICAO ISAF Region, Engineer Richard Gatete. We also have with us a board member representing the Chairman of the East African KASSOA Board, Ms. Winnie Ngamije, the Deputy Director General of the Rwanda Civil Aviation Authority. We have the representative of the Ministry of Roads and Transport in Kenya, State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Abbas Mohammed. The Executive Director General, of course, of the East African Community KASSOA, Mr. Francis Lichuma, Director Generals, Heads of Delegation, Media, Service Providers, and other guests. So thank you very much. Feel welcome.
Thank you, Amukono. And now we'd like to welcome remarks from the Acting Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Bwana Nicholas Bodo. Karibu sana. A round of applause as he approaches the stage, please. Thank you.
It's too short. Can you hear me? Good morning. Sound check. Good morning. Oh. It's so low that I was wondering when I'm getting through. It's a whole list of people to recognize, and it is mixed up. Chairman of the board, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Deputy Regional Director, ICAO ISAF, Engineer Richard Gatete, Heads of Delegation, Chairperson, EAC-CASSOA Board, represented by the Deputy DG Rwanda, Executive Director, Acting, Francis Lichuma, Mohammed Abbas, representing PS Aviation, Heads of Delegation, Media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's one whole page of greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 7th East Africa KASSOA Aviation Symposium here in Mombasa. This symposium comes at a critical time for the aviation industry as we continue to navigate evolving operational, technological, safety and security and sustainability demands within a rapidly changing global environment. As regulator, Our collective responsibility remains clear: to ensure that our aviation systems are safe, secure, efficient, resilient, and aligned with international standards, while at the same time supporting innovation, connectivity, and industry growth. The strength of our aviation sector will increasingly depend on the level of regional cooperation and effectiveness of our regulatory systems. In this regard, our focus remains firmly on two key areas. First, we continue to enhance oversight systems in line with ICAO standards and recommended practices, while promoting a proactive safety culture supported by risk-based and data-driven decision-making. Second, enhancing operational efficiency and passenger experience. This includes strengthening coordination across the aviation value chain, improving service delivery, and supporting more efficient and reliable operations of airlines, airports, and passengers alike. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges facing aviation today cannot be addressed by individual states acting alone. Regional collaboration and information sharing are essential in strengthening our collective preparedness and response capability. Platforms such as this symposium, therefore, provide an opportunity for regulators, operators, and industry stakeholders to exchange experiences, share best practices, and jointly shape the future of aviation within our region. Our shared goal is to build a resilient, interconnected, sustainable, and globally competitive aviation sector that continues to support economic growth and regional integration. I therefore look forward to insightful discussions and outcomes that will emerge from this symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Acting Director General. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the representative of the Chairman of the Board of KCASSOA, the Deputy Director General for Rwanda Civil Aviation Authority, Ms. Winnie Ngamije. A round of applause as she comes around.
Chairman, Board of Directors, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Brown Ondengo, Deputy Regional Director, ICAO ISAF, Engineer Richard Gatete, Heads of Delegations, Acting Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Nicholas Bodo, Director Generals from Civil Aviation Authorities here present, Acting ED EAC-CASSOA, Mr. Francis, Heads of Delegations for different organizations, the media and all service providers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the EAC-CASSOA board, it is my honor to address you at this 7th EAC Aviation Symposium, graciously hosted by the Republic of Kenya. KCASSOA and the board extend sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Kenya for the warm and welcome hospitality. Please clap for them. So this symposium is defining platform through which our region charts its course on aviation safety, security, efficiency, and sustainability. So our expectation this year is clear. This symposium should go beyond dialogue and deliver actionable and measurable commitments. The board of KCAA affirms the tangible progress achieved in harmonizing the regulations, strengthening oversight across partner states, a foundation that has improved compliance with international standards and reinforced the credibility of our regional regulatory architecture. Our progress must be measured against the global imperative set by ICAO, which is 0 fatalities in commercial aviation by 2030. This is a binding strategy direction, and the board of KCAA is committed to this trajectory. KCAA directs its full institutional weight towards stronger implementation of regional aviation safety plans, including the Africa-Indian Regional Aviation Safety Plan, and towards deepening structured collaboration among partner states on safety oversight, data sharing, and risk management. Our strategic vision is to improve safety performance, seamless airspace integration, cybersecurity resilience, digital transformation, and environmental sustainability. These are not aspirations. They are active priorities that are reflected in every program and partnership in advance. I want to reiterate KCAA's readiness to work with ICAO, all states and partner states in transforming African aviation. The symposium is a unique opportunity to critically analyze the vision, challenges, and develop implementable solutions. The board calls upon all participants to actively engage with full extent of their expertise and institutional responsibilities to actualize the vision that will position the East African community as a leader in aviation safety across the African continent. On behalf of the EAC-CASSOA board, I thank once again the Republic of Kenya for hosting us and wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, Murakoze.
Thank you so much for those kind remarks. Having reiterated the commitment of KASOA board to work with ICAO, I think it's the right moment then to welcome the Deputy Regional Director, ICAO ISAF Region, Engineer Richard Gatete, to make his remarks. A round of applause as he comes to the podium.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, and a very good morning to all of you. You will allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been listed, Chairman, Board of Directors. With your permission, I'll ride on the protocol that has already been outlined. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of Ms. Lucy Mbugwa, ICAO ISAF Regional Director, and on my behalf, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya for the warm hospitality in the beautiful city of Mombasa. It's a privilege to gather in this wonderful city, and we want to appreciate the government of Kenya for that. I would like to commend the EAC-CASSOA for its consistency in convening this aviation symposium. Over the years, we have seen this being done consistently, and we want to appreciate that. This commitment demonstrates a profound acknowledgement of the pivotal role that the aviation sector plays in driving regional and continental socio-economic development. The theme of this symposium, Advancing Aviation Excellency towards Connected, Sustainable, and Safer Skies, aligns seamlessly with ICAO's strategic goals and initiatives aimed at ensuring a safe, secure, sustainable international civil aviation system that connects the world for the benefit of all nations. Over the years, safety oversight performance in the East African community partner states has shown significant improvement, notably in Kenya and Rwanda, where they were able to achieve the 2024 target of 75% effective implementation in line with the GASP. And currently, the average EI of the EAC partner states stands at approximately 66.95%, which, while below the world average of 70%, still surpasses the ISAF regional EI of 61.2%. However, we recognize areas needing attention. The most challenging critical elements for CASSOA partner states include the resolution of safety issues, which has an average of 36.38, and the other one being the surveillance obligations, which stands out at an average of 49.67%. In terms of audit areas, two areas stand out. That is AIG and the Air Navigation Service at an average EI of 45.2% and 57.9% respectively. While noting measurable progress in safety performance, significant issues in air navigation services persist in one state. We encourage CASSOA to continue promoting the harmonization of flight calibration procedures and standards across the EAC to explore mechanisms for joint calibration. Such collaboration will enhance safety and operational efficiency while reducing costs. I wish to underscore the imperative of advancing regional frameworks and capabilities for accident and incident investigations across the region. Such frameworks are crucial for ensuring independence, technical capacity, and timely investigations, thereby enhancing shared expertise and resource efficiency across the region. CASSOA is urged to continue its excellent collaboration with partner states to address these challenges and improve overall safety performance. In the domain of air navigation capacity, the EAC is actively engaged in various regional activities. The free route airspace in the AFI Eastern Cluster is reaching maturity, providing greater flexibility for route planning. Kenya and Uganda have already adopted national free route airspace, and we encourage other EAC states to join this initiative. In the area of aerodromes, CASSOA collaborates with EASA-CASSOA to develop, they have collaborated with EASA and CASSOA to develop an aerodrome ground aids course aimed at enhancing the skills of aerodrome inspectors and operators, supporting ICAO's capacity building objectives. We also urge EAC states to prioritize aerodrome certification and improve runway safety campaigns by certifying international aerodromes and establishing active runway safety teams. It's encouraging to note, however, the upward trend in certification of international aerodromes exemplified by Uganda's certification of Entebbe International Airport. However, several EAC states are yet to certify at least one international airport. CASSOA's support is essential for these states to reach this critical milestone, and ICAO is committed to aiding their certification efforts under a robust national regulatory framework. The EAC states have been active in CAPSCA initiatives, and I encourage them to consider hosting airport assistance missions conducted by ICAO and WHO to assess the preparedness of designated aviation points of entry for future public health events. Distinguished delegates, the performance of EAC states in aviation security audits is commendable, with 4 states meeting the Global Aviation Security Plan targets of 65% and exceeding 75% effective implementation by 2027. ICAO remains resolute in its commitment to assist member states in the effective implementation of the Global Aviation Security Plan, and this comprehensive framework is instrumental in advancing global aviation security, focusing on enhancing risk awareness, fostering a security culture, embracing new technology and innovation, as well as promoting oversight and collaboration. As we assess compliance with Annex 17, SAPS, it is noteworthy that global adherence stands at 73%, with the African and Indian Ocean region at just 63%, while ISAF region stands at 70%. While these figures reflect progress, they also highlight the imperative of continued vigilance and action. In relation to identity and border security, we strongly encourage EAC states that are currently members of the ICAO PKD for e-passport authentication to promptly renew their credentials. Additionally, states yet to join this pivotal framework are urged to prioritize their integration into the PKD, recognizing its critical role in enhancing security measures. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of aviation in East Africa and beyond depends on our collective commitment and coordinated action. Over the next 2 days, I encourage all stakeholders to accelerate safety and oversight improvements, strengthen aviation security resilience, promote environmental sustainability, and enhance regional cooperation and partnerships. At ICAO, we reaffirm our dedication to enhancing collaboration with regional economic communities, regional safety oversight organizations, including EAC, CASSOA, SASO, who are represented here, recognizing Bagasso, who is also represented here, alongside our member states and industry stakeholders. Together, we can cultivate a safe, secure, and sustainable international civil aviation system that connects our region to benefit all nations and peoples. With those few remarks, allow me to wish you a very productive and fruitful symposium that looks forward to achieving and advancing safe, secure, and sustainable aviation across the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, RD, Engineer Richard Gatete, for your remarks. At this point, I'd like to recognize also the presence of our board chairman, Mr. Brown Ondego, EBS, who is also accompanied by board members from KCAA, Madam Anto, as well as Lydia Mukaya. Now, I'd like to welcome the representative of the PS, State Safety, Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Mohammed Abbas, to come and make his remarks. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Good morning. Allow me to ride on the protocols which have been set. Director General Civil Aviation present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinguished honor and privilege to welcome you all to the beautiful coastal city of Mombasa for the 7th EAC-CASSOA Aviation Symposium hosted by the Republic of Kenya under the auspices of East African Community Civil Aviation, Safety and Security Oversight. This premier regional forum, which brings together regulators, operators, and stakeholders, is aimed at fostering critical dialogue, harmonizing regulations, and driving enhanced safety, security, sustainability across our East African aviation sector. As we gather here, amid the vibrant energy of Mombasa, a city that is own right is a true gateway to East Africa's skies, let us commit to turning the shared challenges into collective. The objectives of this symposium are clear, and our deliberation toward a safer and more integrated aviation future, as we focus on aviation policy and harmonization and collaboration, safety and security, oversight, digital transformation, forging strong and partnership to deliver safe, reliable, and economically viable air transport throughout East Africa as a part of enhanced regional integration. Environmental sustainability and improving of human factor like mental health, let us pull together to maintain the global standard that enable us as a region and make a mark on the global stage. Allow me to reflect briefly on KCAA remarkable journey established to oversee civil aviation, safety and security across East Africa. KCAA has evolved into a beacon of excellence. Kenya proudly hosted the 4th edition of Nairobi, where the focus on implementing ICAO standard underscore KCAA's status as the second best performing regional safety oversight organization globally at the time. That event marked a pivotal moment in our integrated effort to safeguard aviation in the region, a legacy we built upon today. For Kenya, this 7th edition arrives at an opportune moment. We are in the midst of one of the largest aviation infrastructure modernization plan in our history. Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, the prime gateway to East Africa. It is positioned for transformation upgrade. These include expanded runways, state-of-the-art terminals, advanced air traffic management systems, and sustainable technology that will handle surging passenger and cargo volume. As I'm speaking right now, we are opening the tender for that. What does this mean for East Africa? It signals the unprecedented opportunity, stimulates regional connectivity, boosted trade, tourism growth, and economic integration. KCAA evolution will amplify KCAA's mission, positioning our region as a global aviation hub. Over the coming days, our discussion will deliver into vital topics, including harmonizing SARP implementation, advancing safety data analytics, cybersecurity in aviation, SAF development, strategic digital tools for air navigation and mental health support. For aviation professionals and collaboration, risk management framework. I urge you to engage deeply, share best practice, and forge actionable partnership. In closing, I wish you all a fruitful deliberation, rich networking, and inspiring insight. Our focus on regional safety and security oversight, operational efficiency and safety delivery, green aviation, aviation as catalyst for tourism and trade, fundamental and financing mechanism, next generation of aviation and stimulus, airspace integration should earn us higher and standard in global aviation. Let this assumption propel us toward a safer, more sustainable East Africa skies and look ahead. We engage. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. A round of applause as he goes to take his seat. As we approach the climax of this opening ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Simon Peter, representing the Managing Director, Kenya Airports Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to welcome His Excellency, Dr. Bernard Kibese, the Tanzanian Ambassador to the Republic of Kenya, to make his opening remark at this symposium. Let's be upstanding as we welcome him.
Let us get seated. Honorable Brown Ondego, the Chairman, Kenya Civil Aviation Board, and the Chief Guest, Mr. Francis Lichuma, Acting Executive Director, EAC-CASSOA, Mr. Nicholas Bodo, Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. I want to recognize also the presence of Mr. Ephraim Mafuru, who is representing the Minister for Tourism of the United Republic of Tanzania. Representatives from East African partner states, sponsors, members of the press, invited guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me first to confess this, that the speech I'll be reading here is not mine. Since the United Republic of Tanzania places significant importance to matters of civil aviation diplomacy, 3 ministers from the United Republic of Tanzania would be attending this important symposium today with us. This would be led by Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, Dr. Mahmoud Sabit Kombo, the Minister of Transport, Professor Makame Mnya Mbarawa, and the Minister for Tourism, Dr. Ashatu Kijaj. And because of other equally important assignment, they saw it important that the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Kenya come here to represent them. So the speech I will be reading, of which I'm not even allowed to utter a single word, will be from Honorable Ambassador Dr. Mahmoud Sabit Kombo, Member of Parliament, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty God, the most merciful and glorious, for bringing us here to this beautiful city of Mombasa in Kenya. But allow me to also express my profound gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her visionary leadership, sound governance, and steadfast commitment to the development of transport infrastructure and services. Her continued support has significantly accelerated progress in Tanzania's civil aviation sector and strengthened our contribution to the regional transport integration. On behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the government of Kenya for hosting the 7th EAC Aviation Symposium. I also commend the East African Community Secretariat and the EAC Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agents for the excellent coordination of this important gathering, which continues to advance aviation cooperation and excellence within our region. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, transport remains a fundamental driver of economic growth, trade, investment, and social development. No nation can fully realize its economic potential without efficient, reliable, and integrated transport system. Within this framework, air transport plays a uniquely strategic role by connecting people, markets, and opportunities with speed, efficiency, and global reach. Across the East African community, aviation has become a key enabler of regional trade and competitiveness. It provides critical connectivities for business, travel, cargo movement, tourism, and high-value supply chains. It has also strengthened the regional attractiveness to foreign direct investment by linking our economies to continental and global markets. Equally important, air transport fosters cultural exchange, people-to-people relations, and regional solidarity. Improved connectivity within the community allows our citizens to explore the rich heritage, tourism attractions, and business opportunities of neighboring partner states, thereby deepening the spirit of East African integration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather under the theme of advancing aviation excellence towards connected, sustainable, and safer skies, Tanzania reaffirms its commitment to working closely with partner states to build an aviation sector that is modern, secure, resilient, and inclusive. Our policy direction is anchored on three key pillars: safety, security, and facilitation. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, safety remains the foundation of civil aviation, and Tanzania continues to strengthen oversight system, regulatory capacity, and institutional effectiveness to ensure full compliance with international standards and recommended practice. We are investing in modern airport infrastructure, air navigation systems, technical training, and safety management system to sustain the highest level of operational safety. We also support deeper regional cooperation in harmonization of regulations, mutual recognition of standards, and capacity building through EAC Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agents and other regional mechanisms. A safer regional aviation system benefits all partner states. The evolving global environment requires strong aviation security system capable of responding to emerging threats. Tanzania is therefore enhancing airport security infrastructure, screening system, cybersecurity preparedness, intelligence coordination, and personal training. We recognize that aviation security is a shared responsibility, and for this reason, we call for greater cooperation among EAC partner states in information sharing, risk assessments, joint preparedness, and adoption of common security measures that safeguards passengers, crews, cargo, and critical aviation assets. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, an efficient aviation sector must also deliver convenience, predictability, and seamless passengers' experience. Tanzania is implementing facilitation measures aimed at reducing travel barriers, improving passengers' processing, modernizing border control systems, and promoting digital solutions across all airports. We remain committed to supporting initiatives that simplifies movements of persons and goods within the region, including harmonized procedures, smarter border management, and enhanced cargo facilitation. Easier movement within the EAC will stimulate tourism, trade, and investment while strengthening our regional unit. We are equally mindful that sustainability must guide the future of aviation. As traffic continues to grow, our region must invest in greener infrastructure, efficient operations, climate resilience, and innovation that ensures aviation growth goes hand in hand with environmental responsibility. Tanzania believes that the future of East African aviation lies in stronger partnership, reduced operational bottlenecks, competitive costs, improved connectivity, and coordinated policy action. Together, we can transform the EAC into a leading hub for trade, tourism, and air transport on the African continent. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion of my short speech, I urge all ministries and institutions responsible for civil aviation matters within our region to deepen collaboration, promote policy harmonization, reduce unnecessary operational constraints, and continue investing in safe, secure, and efficient aviation systems. Let us move forward with unity and determination to create a connected, sustainable, and safer East African sky for the benefit of our people, our economy, and future generation. I thank you all for your kind attention, and asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Brown Mondeko, EBS, the Chair of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, to officially open the symposium. You're welcome, Chair.
Balozi Daktari Bernard Kinase, tunakukaribisha hapa Pwani. Ukirudi Tanzania ama ukiongea na Mama Suluhu, mpatie salamu na wapatie wa Tanzania salamu pia. Naomba mpewe zile naona hapa taa zinanitatiza, kwa hivyo siwezi kuona vizuri. Acha niangalie iliyoandikwa hapa. Naibu wa mkurugenzi Bwana Injinia Gatete, naibu wa mwenyekiti Winnie Gamije kutoka KASSOA, kaimu mkurugenzi wa mtendaji wa Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, kaimu mkurugenzi mtendaji Lichuma, mwakilishi wa Kenya Airport Authority Dr. Simon Peter, wakurugenzi watendaji wa Civil Aviation Authorities katika Kawambaba wamehudhuria, na pia ningependa kutambua wakurugenzi sio mtendaji wa Kenya Civil Aviation Anto na Lydia Mkaya, tafadhali mkisimama. Nisipowatambua hawa nikienda nitapata shida tukirudi kule Nairobi. Nimeambiwa kitu kimoja nilipoalikwa hapa, nimeambiwa nije kufungua rasmi hii kongamano ambayo iko hapa leo. Naomba radhi kama wale ndugu zetu wa Burundi hawasikii Kiswahili, nitatafsiri kwa Kifaransa nikimaliza. Nimeambiwa nifungue kongamano hii, na kwa hivyo nawakaribisha nyote katika kanda hii ya bahari ya India, na muwe mjisikie mko nyumbani, muendelee na mazungumzo, na nataka kuwatakia mema na hasa blessings mkirudi kule nyumbani. Na kwa hivyo I now wish to formally declare the 7th East African KASSOA Aviation Symposium officially open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Board of KCAA. And this juncture, allow me to start the session of some group photos. I would request all the VVIPs, the Chair of the Board of KCAA, as well as KCAA board members, KASSOA board members, kindly, and the guest of honors, kindly join us here as we take a group photo. Bien en français, on appelle ça les photos de souvenirs. Thank you very much. While you're standing there, apologies. While we are there, I'm requesting the delegation from EASAF for SASO, Bagasso, EU, those who are here, our partners, please join us for this picture as well. Immediately after, we shall request our sponsors to join us, since you have helped us have such a beautiful event. After this, we shall have you join our VIPs. Our sponsors, please join us. Kindly stay as we have our sponsors join us. Kindly. We have Amref, Skyward Express, Ukrainian Helicopters, Astral Aviation Limited, Air Academy, Safe Air Company, as well as UCAA, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Please have the Secretary General of ACI Africa, please. As our last picture. Thank you, apologies. And immediately after here, we shall go for our tea break. Our VIPs will go to the holding room. And then the rest of the delegation, please, you will proceed next to where we registered on the registration tent. Thank you very much. We can enjoy our tea break. We have 20 minutes. VIPs, kindly, you can proceed to the holding room. And the rest of us, we can go to the Expo Center. Enjoy your break. À tout à l'heure.
One more.
bolingo somisomika lolango na epe basusue ngai kwekenge lokola liso olekanya we zongisa amomanga na congilate okolo yo kozonga otia yango na mikro belisa ngai mingi te okolia ngai seigneur wana okolia ngai malamu Basua lolango na epa basusue ngai konzete ya mbila yo mengwelekelaka wapi mbo bango bazwaka na matanga to na bafeti somisomi tokoluka ngai bisozelaka se ya nzambe po apesaka temple boni yokopesanga banga mobesu papa basi bakanoli ye si je savais ça Amici, maison, Achille Vanamwana.
Nasirika na poswa eloko nini yo natomboka na poswa reponse nini yo moto soki akoline esaleli banga na bomwana na ye akoki kosilisa na mokolo moko te tikasala na poswana swana sepaba ezali motindo
A good day to you all. My name is Francis Lichuma, currently acting as Executive Director of the East African Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, popularly known as KCAA. Aviation is more than just travel. It's a key driver of connectivity, of trade, tourism, and economic growth across East Africa. As our industry continues to evolve, the need for collaboration, innovation, and sustainability has never been greater. It is my pleasure to invite you to the 7th East African Community Aviation Symposium, taking place from the 14th to the 15th of May 2026 in the city of Mombasa in the Republic of Kenya. This year's symposium will be hosted at the PrideInn Paradise Beach Resort, bringing together aviation leaders, policy makers, regulators, airlines, and industry experts from across the global aviation family to discuss matters aviation. The theme for this year's symposium is Advancing Aviation Excellence Towards Connected, Sustainable, and Safer Skies. We will explore the key issues shaping the future of aviation and hold informative discussions on how our region will keep abreast with global trends shaping aviation excellence. These include aviation safety and security oversight, seamless regional airspace integration, digital transformation and cybersecurity, sustainable aviation, and strengthening tourism and trade. This symposium provides a unique platform to share knowledge, to build partnerships, and to drive innovation within our aviation sector. It's also an opportunity to inspire the next generation of aviation professionals and strengthen regional cooperation. I warmly invite all stakeholders to be part of this important event. Register today on the event's official website, that is symposium.cassoa.org. We look forward to welcoming you in Mombasa. Thank you.
Introduced. I am the Director Technical at KCAA, and today I'm going to take us through what KCAA does. I think we are having an echo. I don't know if it's just me. Is it okay? I don't know. Thank you very much. So we are going to dive into who we are as KCAA, take a look at the things that we have done, what our organization structure looks like, the milestones, and then one interesting thing that has been identified in the industry that is giving everybody challenges, which is the AIG enhancement that states are struggling with. So with that, we will start. Who we are, most of you have heard the name KCAA. It's just an abbreviation that we have for the Civil Aviation Safety, Security, Oversight Agency. So that means we are covering both the safety and the security part of the aviation industry. We were established in 2007, and that brings in perspective the whole East African community because we were established by a treaty, and we are part of the protocol that sets us up as an autonomous agency. That means we can self-account, and we are still able to own facilities and equipment that we can use. The main mission and our objective for the existence is to support the states in their safety and security oversight obligations. That is meeting ICAO requirements, and that is meeting the state requirements. And the vision for us is to be a model regional safety and security oversight agency. I know we are in Mombasa, but we are headquartered in Uganda, but being an East African agency, we have a home in each of the 8 countries. As I said, the founding members were mostly 3. That was Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. But as we speak today, we are 8 countries, having been joined by Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, DRC, and our latest addition, the baby, Somalia. Please give them a round of applause. So we are a level 1 regional safety oversight agency. That means our mandate is to advise states. In addition to that, we do coordination functions for experts, resources, and the sharing of activities. For this, we develop harmonized operating regulations and technical guidance materials, and I'll tell you exactly how we do that. But our plan is to move to a level 2 RSO in the next 3 years. That is by 2028. The level 2, the difference between the level 2 and level 1 is level 2 can provide actual operational assistance functions, That means it can be delegated to do certain activities. That means if a state is weak in a certain area, they can delegate their whole function to KASSOA, and KASSOA can do that activity on its behalf. And that would include licensing and certification, and including accident investigations. Level 3 would be us issuing licenses and certificates as an agency, as East Africa. The same way we have our East African passports, we would be having East African licenses, East African certificates for our aircraft, and there would be no requirement to verify or to validate in any of our states. That is the vision that we all have, and we hope during our lifetime it actually happens, that we become one people without borders and without restrictions. That means a pilot from Kenya can easily or should easily work in Rwanda or in Burundi or in South Sudan without having to do any examinations, without having to be subjected to any restrictions or to be asked even what nationality they are, but just crossing borders. This is how we are set up. Thank you very much. It's a dream, and we hope we can see it during our lifetime. This is how we are set up. You have seen the board members who are still present here. We are guided by the board in our direction, and we serve to the interest and the pleasure of the partner states. It is very important to note that our mandate is to the partner states, but we serve the states through the civil aviation authorities because we are a unique aviation safety and security oversight agency. So we have a very good technical team and a very good support structure, organization structure, which includes, on the support structure, we have the HR functions, finance, accounting, legal, and procurement. All these activities are all supporting the technical function, which is the core mandate of the agency. So on the technical side, it is headed by myself, who is the director technical, and we have an expert in each of the audit areas except accident investigation and SSP. This is now the future that we are talking about. Is initially when the organization was being set up, we only had one director of technical coordinating all the 8 states. As we have grown, we have realized that it is important for us to have an expert in each area to make them readily available to any state as and when they are needed. This is in addition to all the other experts that are within the other partner states that can be availed. So we have an expert for personnel licensing, an expert for airworthiness, an expert for aerodromes and ground aids, security, flight operations, and on top of that, we have something very unique, which is in KASSOA, that is the medical assessment division. That is headed by a medical assessor, and it is housed in Kenya, in Nairobi, which is dealing with the assessments of assessments of pilots, engineers, in support for the function of the civil aviation authorities for those that need to be checked before they perform their duties. That means engineers, air traffic controllers, cabin crews, and everybody. We also do research at this facility, and our doctor is around here. He will at some point explain during his presentation what we are doing. And we have been engaged in a lot of activities in Europe, USA, and also on the African continent to boost the medical assessments and encourage the continuation of flight crew and other aviation experts with special constraints or inactivities or diseases that they may be having in their bodies. We are, of course, headed by the executive director. Right now is the acting executive director, Mr. Francis Lichuma, who is also the principal HR in the organization. So the governance, as I stated, we are on the high level being given direction by the board. And the board, to make sure that is part and parcel of the organization, is consisting of 2 representatives from each state. The primary representative of the board is the Director General. The Director General is automatic. Once the Director General is appointed in a Civil Aviation Authority, he or she becomes a member of the CASSOA board. The second member of the board is a state expert, state aviation expert that is nominated by the Minister of Transport. So like I said, we are not here to represent the Civil Aviation Authority, but we are representing the state. That is why we have the 2 representatives, one from the Civil Aviation Authority because it's our primary customer, and then 1 aviation expert to make sure the whole state is also represented. And then we are headed by the Executive Director, technical experts, and administrative staff, as I indicated. Very critical is the technical committees. So in support of the board, we have the technical committees. And we have 3 in CASSOA. That means the technical committee regulatory, which deals with regulatory matters to do with safety and security in partner states. And to make sure we still have participation of all the civil aviation authorities and the industry, this committee is composed of the directors of safety and security of the partner states. These are the people we report to, these are the people we get guidance from, and these are the people who form the direction of our activities, which is core for the East African community. Right after that, we have finance and administration, because we cannot exist without funds, and we have to provide financial accountability for all the activities that we do. So we have the Finance and Administration Technical Committee, and this is composed of directors of finance or human resource. And these are always nominated by the Director General of the CAA. These are representatives from the Civil Aviation Authority. It's the same for audit and risk, because we have to provide confirmation that we are doing everything in compliance with the requirements that have been given to us. And these are also the heads of audit and risk in the partner states. So the key activities that we do, like I said, we are a level 1 organization. That means we are providing advisory, coordination, and support functions. There's a challenge with that, is as an advisor, I can give you advice and you can decide to ignore it if you don't like it. It doesn't matter how much I may need or may emphasize the information. If you don't want it as the beneficiary, you don't have to take it. However, there is a common understanding and a common principle that we are using in East Africa, that once the directives or the decisions are made by the board, then they should be adopted by the states and implemented by the agency. So for this, we do technical missions to the partner states. The primary experts in this are the CASSOA experts. Like I said, we have an expert in each audit area, and accident investigation is currently housed under the Director Technical. And we support all the USOP and USAP programs for compliance with international civil aviation requirements. So we can do gap analysis, we can do mock audits, we can do safety oversight support, and we can also help states for audit preparation. Most of us have been audited in the states, so within the 8 states, only 2 have not yet been audited, but all the other 6 states have been audited by ICAO, and CASSOA has been involved in the preparations for this. Then we have the working groups. These develop technical guidance materials and model regulations that have been customized for the East African community that can be easily customized and adopted by the states based on their uniqueness and requirements in that state. And these include all the audit areas that I mentioned, and we coordinate these within our states. Then workshops and trainings and seminars, including symposiums. I'm sure a lot of you are having a good time in Mombasa. This happens every 2 years. And this is one of the activities we bring the globe together in East Africa to discuss the things that affect us as East Africans, but also show the direction that we want to go to in the aviation industry. And then we also provide ICT support, which includes common IT systems Sophia, as you can see here, we may assume it's a lady's name, but it is not. Sophia is a safety oversight system that we use for tracking and monitoring safety and security oversight activities. So while it is sounding very nice, it is still an IT system. I don't know why the IT people are naming them after the ladies, but we shall go with it. And then the Europeans, I can see if they had decided to name his EAC. This one I think is a Frenchman somewhere. No? Okay. So EAC is the accident, is a safety investigation monitoring system. So it is the European developed system that helps us with Annex 19 and Annex, where is that Annex? Annex 13 for accident investigation. And then we have PEXO 3. PEXO 3 is an examination system. This is one of the pioneers that we have in East Africa that is very good and has been adopted by now 5 states out of the 8. The examination system has been harmonized that the same exam that is done in one state is the same exam that is done in all the other states. That means the pilot sitting an exam in one country does not have to sit the same exams when they go to another country. The only exams they need to verify or sit is the aviation law exam, which are particular to that industry. So I would like us to give a big round of applause to all the countries that have adopted this system, because I believe this will play a big hand in our integration efforts, because we shall eliminate all the hurdles that we are having, especially in the movement of experts and pilots, engineers, cabin crew within the region. So funding, I cannot live without talking money, and someone gave us a tree that is growing money, and we wish we have this in our backyard. But all the challenges that everybody is having is the issue of funding, and our primary source of funding for CASSOA is the partner state. So we make our budget based on the activities we would like to perform, but then submit it for consideration to the board, which represents the state, and based on the activities that are there, we determine what amounts of money are required to finance those activities. And then the states pledge to commit the funds and avail them as and when we require them. This has been a huge challenge in the organization for the last couple of years. So many mechanisms have been put in place, and in the last summit that was put in, the last summit that sat of the presidents decided that now we should, for all East African agencies, do a sustainable funding mechanism which allows for 50% contributions on equal partnership, and then 50 based on gross domestic product. The reason for this is we are not at the same levels as states, and sometimes if we say 50-50 or equal contributions, we may be putting some burden or a lot of burden on some states. And yet our mission is the same as that of ICAO. No country should be left behind. And then we also have our support that comes from you, our development partners. That's why we invited you here, not just to enjoy the beach, but also to give you an update of what we are doing and how we are using those funds. So we have ICAO. I have seen Ms. Haber here, and I see the regional director here. I've seen the RSOs, Bagasso and Sasso. If you can just maybe wave for us. I saw Beloved somewhere. Yes, thank you. And we also have the OEMs, that is Airbus and Boeing, that we usually collaborate with, especially on trainings and capacity building for their aircraft. And then, of course, the industry, the operators, training organizations, maintenance organizations, and most recently, IT and AI organizers or developers. So, what do we have in CASSOA right now that we have achieved over the years? The first is the harmonized legislation and technical guidance materials. If any state was to join CASSOA today, they would not need to come up with any regulations or technical guidance materials from scratch, because we already have something that is unique and harmonized within the East African community. The word harmonized is very key here because we also want to aim for common regulations. Common regulations means the same regulation that exists in one country is exactly the same as in the other, so we don't need to have duplication of regulations. So at the moment, our regulations are similar, but they are not the same. I don't know if that is correct English. They are similar, but they are not the same. And then we provide a platform for sharing and pooling of resources, and that includes experts. Like I said, the CASSOA expert is readily available. Once you join CASSOA, you cease to be a national or a citizen of your country. You become a diplomat. That means you are a citizen of the East African community, and you can be availed to any of these states, 8 states, at will or at request at any time. And that is the beauty of CASSOA at the moment. In addition to this, we have the capacity to pick from the other partner states, but that is at request. The one in CASSOA is availed to you as and when required. And then with this arrangement for collaboration, we can avail states that need on-job training and experts that need on-job training to partner with the other states that are doing well to make sure we have some good capacity building. I talked about the IT systems and then the project support that we always have from our development partners. And I believe the EU will have a presentation later today to give us an update on one of the new projects that they are running. So I hope everybody continues to stay here to listen to that, because it's a $10 million project which will be very beneficial for Africa and East Africa. So like I said, there's 2 states that have not yet been audited, and that is our brothers from Somalia and our brothers from South Sudan. There are so many efforts that are being made to have this audit done so that we can show the progress and satisfaction to the international community that we are doing well in those partner states. The support activities that we are rendering as a CASSOA are always at will, and anybody or anytime we are called upon, we avail our support. So this is the current standing. For Burundi, we have about 45% effective implementation. Burundi has not been audited again in about 5 years. Is it correct? Yes. And then Democratic Republic of Congo was audited. This is one of our interesting states. You can see that they performed very well with about 65%, but the uniqueness of audits is I could score 95% and then get one very important thing wrong, and then I have a significant safety concern. A significant safety concern is there is a high risk of accident or consequence if that activity is not done in that proper way. So while we are doing very well in DRC, we have an issue of the air navigation calibration issue, which the DRRD talked about, that we need to see as a region that we could probably do together instead of doing it state by state, because it's a very expensive activity. And then for Kenya, I will also touch this. You can see Kenya went down a little bit after the audit, and we have some of the reasons, among which is the issue of the accident investigation department being separated from the Civil Aviation Authority. Rwanda is the leading at the moment with about 79 to 80% effective implementation, and Tanzania also improved. This is also another state that we are rendering support to because of some activities that happened recently that we need to sort out to ensure that the industry still remains safe. And Uganda had an audit in 2023 where I scored 72%, and efforts are being made to bring in another audit to see that the score can go higher. Aviation security is also the same. For purposes of security, I will not disclose the states. So we can see that after some interventions, some of the states have gone up, and one state, which is the second one, went down, and we also found the issues there. And some audits are going on with ICAO in 2 states this year and next year that we shall see, and we hope we shall see some improvement in the performance. So while the states are also being audited, we are also being audited by the International Civil Aviation Organization. And our audit is not called USOP, it is called RAP, which is the Regional Safety Oversight or Regional Accident Investigation Audit Program. This is similar to the USOP program, but it evaluates regional safety oversight agencies and regional accident investigation units. We were the very first because initially this program was called GASOS, which was a Global Aviation Safety Oversight System, which was simply a generic system looking at how organizations are set up and how they function. When it was standardized to the USOP program, it was now called the RAP. And we, as CASSOA, were the very first agency to undergo this audit. I think that deserves a big round of applause because if you can see from the score, we did 2 areas, which were the airworthiness and GEN, which GEN included organization and legislation. And in organization and legislation, we were found to be at 75%, airworthiness at 85%, giving an average of 82%. I believe if your child scores 82% in an exam, we already have an A+ at that point. And being the first, everybody has to beat this record before we actually come back and establish a new one. Other areas to be audited, we would like now, because we have learned from the challenges we had in the airworthiness section, we have put in place some mitigations and processes to assist us boost this, and we hope next year we can undergo a similar audit for all the other areas to confirm our effective implementation and support to the states. So during this audit, what was found for us was that we have a good organization framework. Like I said, we are very unique among RSOs that we have an expert in each area. Some RSOs have only 2 experts or 1 to facilitate the coordination and support functions. The regulatory framework that was found to be very good, we were found to be at 91%. That means our regulations and technical guidance materials are really top class and meet the ICAO requirements. So any state that needs help in this area, we are ready to support. And then our critical element 3, which is the safety oversight system, we also performed at 80%, and our weakest area was the qualification of technical personnel. This has to do with training, and it has to do with the monetary that we talked about, which requires, because trainings require money, and we shall also tell you about the activities and things we are doing in this area to improve. And this takes me to the AIG conundrum. It is cut off a little bit, but this is one of the issues that we are having in the region that is becoming complex and is a very big subject of discussion. The requirement from ICAO is for us to have an independent accident investigation unit for obvious reasons, that the unit investigating an accident should not be part of the unit that certified the aircraft or licensed people to do the activity. However, While this calls for independence, it also calls for independence from state aviation authorities and any other entities that could interfere with the conduct or objectivity of the investigation. This has been interpreted by states as a separation from the Civil Aviation Authority, which is literally also correct, and the idea has been to move it to the Ministry of Works and Transport. When we move this to the Ministry of Works and Transport, we also get our own challenges, because then now we are subjected to the financial systems of the state and the organization structure of the state, which the CAAs usually are sidelining by being autonomous or being given special privileges. The catch also here is that the requirement asks the auditor to confirm clearly that, one, the Accident Investigation Unit is not in the Civil Aviation Authority, but also it should not report to the same minister as the minister who is in charge of the authority. So by us moving it to the Ministry of Works and Transport does not necessarily mean we are now what? Independent. And this is one of the challenges we are having, because our first interpretation is we move from the CAA, we go to the minister. But if the minister is the same, you have not done anything. The other protocol question also that comes in is that you cannot report to the Justice Department, because you need to be independent from the Justice Department. Now, in our organization structures, especially the African setting, we do not have so many states that have an independent structure politically that the Accident Investigation Unit can report to without being in the Ministry of Works and Transport. In the United States, you may have the Senate, you may have the House of Representatives that are operating independently, and the unit can report to them. In France, they have established a system where it does not report directly to the same minister. But in our state, if you take out the Ministry of Works and Transport and you take out the Justice Department, where else can you house this section? That is one of the challenges we are having. And what has happened here is every time we have seen the states splitting or the authorities splitting, there has been a huge decline in the performance. A good example was in Uganda. I can say that because I'm also from Uganda, even if I'm a citizen of the East African community. Is we separated the Accident Investigation Department from the CAA. At that time, we had an effective implementation of about 45%. When we separated, we went to 18%. Why? We lost all the staff that was supporting the function. We ended up at the ministry. Finance, resources, tools, everything that the CAA can take advantage of, you lose. Yes, you're independent, but audits are a numbers game. So there are only 3 or 2 protocol questions that are dealing with independence. However, all the others have nothing to do with the independence. So if I decided to fail only the 3, I could still score 90%. Or I could try to get the 3 and fail all the others, because I still can't have staff or equipment or resources. This is not a direction that I'm giving to what states should do, but this is one of the challenges or questions we are having in the aviation industry: independence versus functionality. And we have seen this happening in South Africa. South Africa, the unit is within the Civil Aviation Authority, yes, with a reporting line to the ministry and an independence structure, but every other function of the Accident Investigation Unit is within the Civil Aviation Authority. And during the audit, they scored 80%. UAE has a similar setting, and they're reporting through the DG and the Civil Aviation Authority with some mechanisms to remain independent when an accident happens, that now they report to the minister or the ministry in charge of transport. And they are also above 80%. So now the question always comes in, based on the uniqueness of the East African states, where do we want to be? Where do we want to belong? What do we want to do? So that takes us to the duplication of activities. In CASSOA, because we are reporting our advisors directly to the Civil Aviation Authorities, if we were to establish an accident investigation unit within CASSOA, we would also be faced with the issues of, not confidentiality, issues of independence of the units. The other question that we have as CASSOA is it in our interest to set up another organization where we have to have an ED, HR, finance, and everybody else just to function and facilitate accident investigation? So what can we learn from this? We have to decide whether we want the physical organization or to operate as an ad hoc. And then we also have to engage into bilateral and regional cooperation mechanisms to ensure we are effective. So the direction we are following as CASSOA, based on the guidance of the board at the moment, is one, in the short term, we are going to continue providing level 1 services to the states. That means we can advise, we can coordinate functions, that means we can develop technical guidance materials, regulations, and the coordination of experts in case of an accident if it happens. In the midterm, 3 to 5 years, there is the intention for us to get a dedicated accident investigation expert that will now directly support the states, but also lay the ground for setting up an independent accident investigation regional unit, which will happen, or which we anticipate to happen, in just about 5 years. So my slide has been cut, but I believe these are our partners and these are the people we are working with. I told you about EASA. They will be making a presentation about this. For SASO, we have collaborated on the RAP assessment preparations and aerodrome certifications. Bagasso, we are actively collaborating on the inspector training system. And recently, we have received some offers from the French DGSC, especially again through EASA, for scholarships and training opportunities for East African states. So very soon we shall be rolling those out and advising the states how they can apply for the same. Same with Boeing, Airbus, and the interesting one is now the training organizations within the region. Those we have also been able to come up with MOUs that can facilitate training at discounted prices. So the challenges that we are facing mostly, I talked about the financial contributions, and we have now going to test starting July the 50 equal contributions and then the 50% based on gross domestic product. And then we have the sharing of relevant safety data. This issue comes up again, is the dream I talked about initially that we all hope we see before we leave this country or before we leave this earth, that at one point we shall be one people, no borders, no challenges, no restrictions. And that is the issue of sovereignty. So every time we come up with some resolutions that are encompassing all the states, every now and then one state may become uncomfortable and then we cannot proceed. So we hope at some point this will go well. And then the issue of high staff turnover, the executive director hinted on it very well. This is typical of the aviation industry. The highest paying always takes the best, and it's always a competition within. So why the symposium? This is why we are here. I believe it's not just the beach. We have tested the fish, and we are about to go for lunch. But one is for us to give you a status update as our stakeholders on what is happening, to promote regulatory harmonization and safety, to strengthen the partnerships that we already have. You shouldn't go looking for new ones when you cannot even strengthen the ones that you have. And then to obtain feedback and direction. In these symposiums, we always get new resolutions and new directives from you, which are taken up by the board, which become directives for us to implement. So the ED talked about the directives that were given in the last symposium and what we have done. And for this one, we shall also be getting new ones that we shall implement on your behalf. And then, of course, you've all heard about the gala dinner this evening. We need to celebrate the wins that we have and share a meal or two because life is short. So let us share, connect, and shape the future of aviation together. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. As we applause Paul, I want to welcome the Acting Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Just join me on the podium, Paul. I want to welcome the Acting Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, to hand over a gift of appreciation to our presenter.
Kayembe, Shentemba, Polkadea. Wachama, Gachama, Fechama, Chachama.
Thank you so much, Liti. If you have questions from that presentation, he is willing to take questions on the sidelines. Next, we have a sponsor's presentation, and I welcome our silver sponsor, the Ukrainian helicopters, Mr. Serhiy Treschenko. Welcome, sir. A round of applause as he approaches the stage, please.
What works? Just right, left. Good afternoon. It's already afternoon, and I understand that it's very soon lunch is coming. But at the same time, I'm very grateful that I had this opportunity to represent our company. We are not a new company, and we have a very, let's say, deep presence here in Africa. But we have a very new established branch of our company registered in Kenya, in Nairobi. So now we have like an official presentation here. So since the timeline is it's very short, let me briefly introduce our company. And later on, I want to show you the video about our product, about our helicopter. I think that it's better one time to see than 10 times to hear about this one. So, Ukrainian helicopters, we always come to rescue. Oops, sorry. So, who we are? We are the largest helicopters operator in Ukraine. Unfortunately, as you know, right now in Ukraine there is a war between us and Russia. So that's why most of our activities we have to relocate here to Africa. So our company was founded in 2002, and we're already like 24 years on a global market. So our fleet at this moment consists of 24 modernized Mi-8 or its Mi-17 type helicopter. And we have all our operations all over the world, mostly in Africa actually, yes, but we do have some in Europe and some, right at this moment we have one helicopter at the UN mission at Haiti. So this is the basic hours that was done, let's say, during those 24 years of our existence. So it's already flown more than 446,000 hours. Was delivered more than 750 tons of cargo, 1.2 million passengers, and we rescued around 17,000 plus people. So we conducted 4,500 search and rescue operations, and also we did, out of them, 2,300, it's a night rescue evacuations. So mostly we are present here in Africa with the United Nations. We provide the full support for the United Nations and WFP. So from our history, we've been in a lot of countries. I will not, let's say, spend time counting them, but let's say everywhere where the United Mission opens their mission, usually we present there as well. So this is our product. Later on in the video, you can see it broadly, but right now, so what we have the Mi-8, Mi-17 helicopter, but this is deeply modernized. What does it mean? We created a transformer. So the same helicopter can conduct different type of operations, starting from very simple, like passengers transportation or cargo transportation. Then we may have combi, when we transport passengers and cargo. And then we are stepping in more specialized operations, such as search and rescue, and medevac and CASSOA. And we have the proper equipment for those operations. Also, we can do firefighting operations. So, as already mentioned, in search and rescue, we conducted more than 4,500 operations. And let me go further. So, for the medical evacuation, we can equip, and this equipment can be installed within the 40 minutes on a helicopter. And this is class 1 air ambulance. So, we can install, you see on this picture, it's the intensive care unit modules. We can install 3 at the same time. So it means that we may carry at the same time 6 patients on a medical evacuation. So for the firefighting, we can conduct using the external Bambi bucket, the ones that can carry around the 3,000 liters, and we also can use the internal tank, the capacity of 3,785 liters. So also, we can equip, or most of our helicopters equipped with this specialized equipment. So we have the night vision system. For instance, FLIR, it is a front-looking infrared system that can easily designate the people or the transport in a distance more than 10 kilometers. Also, our crews, they are fully certified and trained to use the NVG goggles. So also our helicopters can be equipped with a satellite data link. This equipment allows us to have a direct link from the flying helicopter. So in case if we have heavy, for instance, medical patients on board, so the personnel on board, they may directly connect to the doctor or maybe to the operations room who is on ground and who can provide more directions or instructions for the personnel on board. So all the time they have someone on ground who can recommend, suggest, or advise them in their further actions. So also our helicopters, since that Mi-8 helicopter, it's a bit old type, but we modernized it. So we have the advanced engines with a more powerful performance. And in case, whenever we work in the dangerous areas, we also can install the protection system. Later on, I think that in that video, you can see it more detailed. At the same time, we're a big company and we have all our, we're fully self-sustaining company. So we have our own helicopter training center that allows us to train and prepare all our air crews for all our upcoming missions. And at the same time, we have our aviation service center with a very high qualified personnel that allows us to do all kind of maintenance on the helicopters, and not only in a basic maintenance facility. Also, we can do this kind of maintenance in the fields. So, Ukrainian helicopter can be a very good partner for the East African operations. I was very quick because the video is going to take another maybe 10 minutes, and I understand that it's almost lunchtime. So after you watch the video, you're welcome. If you have any questions, I'm around, so you can find me here, and I can share the information if you have any interest in this type of helicopters. Okay, thank you for your attention, and please have a look for the video.
Thank you, Serhi. We'd like to appreciate you and other sponsors as well. ED, please welcome as we await the video to play. Kindly to the stage so that you can gift you. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Let's have the video rolling.
I am a professional rescuer of the aviation company Ukrainian Helicopters. I often have to risk my life to save others. I'd hardly be able to do it properly if not for my team. And the main member of it is our rotary-winged comrade called Transformer. It's only on the outside that it looks similar to thousands of its fellow helicopters, Mi-8 MTV. Our pilots say that Transformer is a revolutionary combination of load capacity of Mi-8 and cutting-edge aviation technologies. Transformer's cabin is full of high-tech novelties. Digital instruments considerably enhance the helicopter's performance. Unique avionics and navigation equipment make it possible to fulfill any mission and operate 24/7. The EuroNav situational awareness and mission management system enables pilots to choose the safest routes and avoid dangerous zones. The system's ground control station EasyTask is a reliable real-time mission planning and support tool. The helicopter is under constant supervision of an operator of the SkyTrack satellite tracking system. Via satellites, tracking data is transmitted to ground-based observation stations. By means of SkyTrack, on the ground, helicopter status data, including fuel, is updated every minute. The system can send text messages and provide voice communication with the crew. In case of emergency, SkyTrack sounds the alarm to the ground stations. The vehicle is equipped with a terrain awareness warning system, as well as an early warning, traffic alert and collision avoidance system. Thanks to the latest equipment and crew training, the helicopter can operate in all weather conditions, choose landing areas from the air during day and night, as well as land and take off in rough weather and dust-laden conditions. But my workplace is not in the cockpit, it's in the passenger and cargo compartment. Follow me and you'll see why we call our rotary-winged friend Transformer. First of all, the helicopter is an air ambulance, but it can easily turn into a search and rescue vehicle for passengers or cargoes. There is also a combi, passenger and cargo version. So, Transformer is an air ambulance, which within 40 minutes can transform into any of the above-mentioned configurations. As soon as we get a distress signal, we set off on a mission. And it often happens that we don't know the exact location of the accident site. Then it's up to us to figure it out. No matter if it's on land or in water, we'll always find those who need our help. And this is our all-seeing eye, the electro-optical surveillance system, FLIR. It offers a 360-degree vision and enables us to recognize targets in the daytime. At night, it works in the infrared mode. Together with a searchlight and night vision goggles that every crew member has. At night, by means of a thermal camera, the system can detect an individual more than 10,000 meters away and identify a person from 2,200 meters. The system can spot a vehicle at a distance of 17 kilometers and identify it from 4,900 meters. The cockpit is also adapted for night missions. It has FLIR monitors. The system's operator's workplace is in the passenger compartment. We can see those in distress even through fog and sandstorm. That's due to MaxVis, enhanced vision system, which complements FLIR. We can also easily find those in distress if they have a radio beacon. If there's no place to land, Transformer can hover above the target, and then it's over to us, the rescuers. It might look like we're plunging into the unknown, but everything is pre-calculated and well considered. We go down by an enhanced capacity rescue hoist with a rappelling device. Hovering at an altitude of up to 80 meters, we can rope down or up cargoes of up to 270 kilos or 2 people at a time. A complete set of rescue equipment makes it possible to lift aboard patients with injuries of any severity. Ambient noise is not a problem for us. Wireless communication system enables us to hear each other and pilots on board loud and clear. So those in distress can always rely on us. But lifting a victim on board doesn't always mean saving the person. Once found, a victim becomes a patient. Those in critical condition are placed in a medical module. There are 2 on board, each having the capacity to take 2 patients of the red and black tag categories, those hovering between life and death. Besides, using our stretcher compartment, we can take 3 patients of the yellow category, those with non-life-threatening injuries. We can evacuate 7 people at a time, which explains why people call us air ambulance. Each of the 2 medical modules is equipped with a unique set of equipment. It includes a lung ventilator, a defibrillation system, an electric suction pump, an ECG machine, and many other things that make Transformer a flying intensive care unit. There is also equipment for transporting infected patients. They are placed in isolation chamber. There is also a disinfection chamber. Dealing with infection cases, our doctors and rescuers wear bioprotective suits. While the helicopter is in the air, resuscitation is underway. Our doctors are top professionals with international certificates of qualification. While working in the air, they are assisted by their colleagues on the ground. Modern technologies keep our doctors in constant contact with patients, colleagues, and the crew. At any moment, a doctor can contact the ground, ambulance, hospital, or ground control station. Patients are monitored by video cameras inside the module and mobile cameras provided for each doctor on board. The satellite video data transmission system, SCOTI, enables us to have a video link with doctors on the ground in any base hospital ready to admit our patients. When the mission changes, our air ambulance can be easily transformed into one of 4 alternative versions. Within a mere 40 minutes, you get a cargo copter, able to carry 4,000 kilos inside the cargo compartment, or 3,000 kilos of external load. For transporting passengers, we have 16 comfortable seats and a separate luggage hold for 320 kilos of luggage. Passengers are provided with digital intercom headsets and can hear the commander loud and clear. Airlifting military personnel, we can take on board 21 servicemen with individual equipment and weapons. You've probably figured out by now that our transformer can also conduct reconnaissance and rapid reaction missions. If need be, we can also carry hazardous cargoes, like explosive agents, together with passengers. Mission Impossible is not the case here. We separate the cargo area by a sliding wall and get a combi version. 3 optional wall positions make it possible to place from 6 to 14 passengers, provides additional protection from small arms. Bulletproof Kevlar curtains separate the cargo area from the loading door. Dangerous freight in the cargo area is strictly monitored by a video camera and a smoke detector. In case of fire, an automatic firefighting system will be activated. We at our transformer do need protection, because we fly in areas where missions are never risk-free. To protect ourselves from small arms, we have Kevlar panels on the floor and along the sides of the helicopter, a Kevlar curtain in the back of the passenger area, and armor plates in the pilot seats. But we are also ready for missile attacks. The AMPS Airborne Missile Protection System guarantees detection, identification, and deflection of up to 8 missiles simultaneously. 5 sensors provide full coverage across a variety of threats, and IR decoy flares reliably deflect approaching missiles. From experience, we know full well what it means to be under fire of small arms and even man-pads. That's why we do all it takes to protect our helicopter to the max. This unique vehicle needs new, more powerful engines, and Transformer got them. 2 power units enable us to fly farther, to carry more people and freight, and to rise up to 6,000 meters at excessively high temperatures. But Transformer's key success factor is our team. Trained at the AC Ukrainian Helicopters Training Center and seasoned by missions in hot spots, we've made our teamwork seamless. And we always stand ready to help those who need our help. Any place, anytime.
Wow, That's a very interesting one. So thank you very much, Ukrainian helicopters. We invite our delegates to engage with you further on that wonderful equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, to carry us on, we have a few minutes before lunch. We would like to take care of one of the presentations on the role on ICAO's Regional Aircraft Accident Investigation Organization, CP's role in AIG. To take us through this presentation, I'd like to introduce Ms. Haba Balde. Ms. Haba is a technical officer at the ICAO Regional Safety Cooperation Unit, Air Navigation Bureau, with over 20 years experience in aviation safety and international cooperation. She supports the establishment and strengthening of regional safety oversight organizations, regional accident investigation organizations, and other regional cooperation mechanisms. She also coordinates ICAO's regional safety cooperation initiatives, including RSO's, RAIO's assessment program, and related to RSO and RIO cooperation platform. Prior to joining ICAO, she supported CAPSCA project spanning 7 member states, advancing its evolution into RSO while in the Gambian Civil Aviation Authority. Subsequently, she served as an air transport program officer at ECOWAS Commission, where she addressed aviation safety and security priorities across 15 member states. Haba holds a degree in aviation science and air transport management from the University of Maryland, East Shore, and Crankfield University, respectively. A round of applause as we welcome Ms. Haba Balde on the stage to make her presentation.
Thank you, Lawrence. Habari za mchana. Good afternoon. My name is Haba Balde, as Lawrence just said. I am your speaker that's holding up your lunch, so I will be very fast, as I don't also do breakfast, so I'm ready for lunch. Why regionalization in investigation matters. Some states have maybe one or just very few accident investigation experts. And when an accident occurs or an incident occurs, the question is not whether an investigation will be held or when. The question is if it will be held, which this capacity gap causes a delayed investigation, reducing learning flow, which what we know is after doing investigations, we learn from them. So I'm preaching to the choir because I know the East African community is strong on regionalization, but in ICAO, we're working with several different regions that don't cooperate as well as you do here. The last assembly, during Assembly 42, regional cooperation was pronounced quite highly in Resolution A4210, where the Assembly directed ICAO to promote the concepts of regional cooperation, including the strengthening of RSOs and RIOs. So I work in the Regional Safety Cooperation Unit of ICAO in the Air Navigation Bureau, where together with our colleagues in the regional offices, we work on the RSO and the RIO cooperative platforms, which I will speak on later. We also work on the RAP, which is the RSO, the RIO assessment program, which CASSOA did so well on in airworthiness and gen. And we hope you will be assessed in the other technical areas subsequently. We also develop guidance material strengthening regional cooperation. We have the guidance material on RSOs. We work with the accident investigation panel, and we're currently drafting regulations on investigative cooperative mechanisms And when the RIO manual will be updated, we'll be working with them as well. And our RSCU, which is our unit, we also work in communication and training. During the RIO or the RSO cooperative platform meetings, we have some workshops that we bring in depending on what's needed. So our topic here today is to talk about the role of the RIO cooperative platform in strengthening regional cooperation in AIG. So I'll talk to you about what the RIO cooperative platform is, who the members are, and ICAO's activities on enabling this momentum. The RIO cooperative platform is a cooperative arrangement to strengthen existing RIOs. We also have several investigative cooperative mechanisms, as well as support the establishment of new RIOs and new ICMs, which is always exciting. We've been working with CASSOA for the past few months on progressing the community's aim on establishing an AIG mechanism here. So this is just to make more regional mechanisms more effective and efficient in supporting member states. As ultimately, all we are trying to do is enhance safety standards for member states. The key shift over the past 4 years is exciting for us. We've seen different ICMs or RIOs move their membership from maybe 14 to 16, different regions coming up with new regional mechanisms, and then informing us. So it's not like we're even selling it. States are coming together, cooperating, and knowing they don't have to do this alone. The current RIO-CP members range from South Africa to Europe to Central America, West Africa, Mid. These are the members. We have the Middle East and Northern African AIG cooperative mechanism, and their member states are listed. We have the Banjul Accord Group Accident Investigation Agency in West Africa. We have EAC-CASSOA in Europe, GRIA in Central America, and Interstate Aviation Committee from Europe as well. In addition to these members, we also have observers who attend the RIO cooperative meetings. We also have all the ICAO regional offices involved in the RIO cooperative platform, because at the end of the day, we bring in everyone globally, but then our regional offices progress the work within the regions. So this is what they are in the map. Between the RSO cooperative platform and the RIO cooperative platform, we've counted over 152 member states that are members of these regional cooperative mechanisms. The numbers tell the story. What is emerging now is operational. It's not just on paper. At our recent meeting, which CASSOA, the last RIO cooperative platform meeting, CASSOA was there, and they heard themselves the progress that these mechanisms are making. The Southern American one, SAM, has implemented a training program, and they're developing a regional technical library. During the last assembly, Bagaya and IAC signed an MOU linking the two regions in joint investigations and technical exchange. EAC-CASSOA recently convened their plenary meeting, and had over 31 European states attend this meeting. GRIA in Central America is assisting with over 66% of incidents occurring in the region now. The MENA ARCM, like I recently said, they were one of the last to join the RSO-CP because they were established after, and they started with in 2022, they started with about 11 members, then it progressed very fast to 14, and now they're at 16 members. And I believe this summer, they're launching the safety recommendation platform to strengthen regional learning and follow-up. And the IAC is assisting their states in USAP activities because they have a full level 3 delegation by their states. And this is being recognized more in the ICAO framework because, as I said during the last assembly, we were asked at ICAO to incorporate regional cooperation in the ICAO framework. So there are more synergies being developed within A&B and within ICAO itself to recognize the role of these RSOs and the RIOs. Challenges still exist, the reality check. Investigator capacity remains thin in many states. I recently said at the last AIG panel that I come from a country where we don't have any investigators, but we are part of a regional cooperation mechanism. I won't say my state, I'm here representing ICAO today. Many states still face challenges on USAP metrics. We heard Richard, DRD, indicate that the region's EI was at 45%. But this is not due to a lack of commitment, it's lack of resources worldwide. Budgets are tight and getting tighter. Often it's not sustained. And the legal harmonization and independence frameworks still remain complex. Political will is uneven across regions, and sometimes even in a state. What we're doing in ICAO to enable the momentum. We recently did a state survey where we had over 120 states respond to this survey. And the purpose was to clarify demand, gaps, and services that the regional cooperative mechanisms are given to the states, and then get actionable feedback to give to each region so that we can follow up and actually implement what's needed in the different regions. One common trend across all regions was they needed more training, and they also wanted to expand the scope of training. So for CASSOA, from doing safety oversight, security oversight, and thinking of doing AIG, different regions are asking for more and more from these regional cooperative mechanisms. We've also rescoped the RSO RIO assessment program, which I won't go further into. CASSOA already gave a brilliant presentation on what we do with that. It's a standardized assessment program for RSOs and RIOs. That way, it increases the credibility of this organization to their member states to say they're capable, they're qualified, use us, don't duplicate efforts. And where challenges are seen, enhance the capacity of the RSO in those areas. We're actively developing guidance material, as I said a couple of slides ago. So, like I said, I know I'm between you and lunch, so I'll be fast. We also encourage RIO and RSO participation in ICAO panels. We know that this is where most of the standards are developed. When it's sent for state review, we don't get as much comments back as is needed. So your voice needs to be heard in there so we can include you into the ICAO framework more and more. We've had recently 2 RSOs participate in a working group of a panel. And because of that, we are now incorporating some of the definitions and the roles of these regional mechanisms in an annex we are drafting. We're still working on it, but it should be effective in 2028. Another activity that we have with the AIG unit in A&B and the regional offices is the ECAS 2 workshop being rolled out across all the regions this year. I understand the one for East Africa would be sometime in September. We also have a delegation workshop for states. This was launched last December. And it's to create a shared understanding of delegation under the ICAO framework, because at the end of the day, under the Chicago Convention, the state still retains the responsibility. So this is what we're trying to do. Explain to the states when you're delegating, how you delegate, what you delegate, and also have the RSOs be ready during USOP audits to show how the delegation was done. So, Richard, I remember when you were in CASSOA last year, you said we could come. So we're following up with Paul and Francis and hoping to still have this delegation workshop in the region late this year. What's next? We had the first RSO forum in Eswatini in 2017. At that forum, there was also an African ministers meeting where a declaration was made. And it's from that declaration that this assessment program was born out of. It's from that declaration that the RSO cooperative platform was born from. And since then, we've been progressing regional cooperation more in this continent than in other areas. We're still not at EASA level, but I must say the RSOs in Africa are very mature compared to other regions, and congratulations. So, we're taking the mountain to Dash. ICAO and EASA will hold the third RSO Rio Forum in Guyana during the last week of September. The state letter has gone out. We do hope you will be there to show what you've been doing, what you've achieved, and encourage that area of the world to develop their RSOs like you have here. So we aim to consolidate the lessons and good practices, strengthen cross-regional cooperation, which is being done excellently here, and accelerate sustainability and implementation. We know that every investigation completed is a lesson learned, and every lesson learned is a life potentially saved in the future. Asante ni sana. You didn't teach me how to say lunch is served.
Please don't go far. Don't go far. For speaking some Swahili, we have a gift for you. I'd like to welcome board member, Engineer Luke Kangogo, to gift our presenter, Haba, for the good work she's done and the Swahili she's been learning.
I was told I'll be given a cow.
You get a cow, don't worry. Allow me to welcome Paul. Paul, please come on stage. I am welcoming Paul because Haba and Paul have made a presentation or presentations that link to RSO and RIO, and we did not give people an opportunity to challenge them on their presentation. So I want to give you an opportunity. 1 or 2 questions for the 2 presentations before we take a break.
You only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound.
Yes, there's a hand there. Can we have...
demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paul, you gave us a very good presentation about CASSOA. Thanks so much. You've really educated us so much about what CASSOA does and how important it is. And during your presentation, you mentioned that dream. It is a point of so much interest. My name is Christopher Kagaba from East African Civil Aviation Academy. We train pilots, engineers, and dispatchers. So when you talked of that dream of eliminating the boundaries, I wonder what could be holding it, since everyone is in the room, the people that make the decisions, the people that follow them, the people that implement them. We are all here. What is holding the dream? I don't know. You gave it 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the things I've been learning as a technical person is the area of diplomacy. So I'm going to speak candidly about this. Everything that we are doing as CASSOA has to originate from the parent. The parent is the East African community. That means whatever decisions are made at the East African community trickle down to all the organizations. That means if today the presidents of East Africa decided that we are one state, no boundaries, no passports, no requirements, no visas, no nothing, we would roll out the requirements for one license within months or within weeks. Because we already have a common examination system. If I'm examining all pilots, engineers, cabin crews, and everybody who is in the aviation industry on the same examination, that means their qualifications are more or less similar, their certificates are more or less the same. So that is the dream, is as I come to Kenya, I do not need a passport. That is very good, I can just travel with my ID. But as I go to one other state, which I will not mention, I'm still asked to present my passport, and I'm still asked for the reason why I'm in that state. And the sovereignty issues come in because once I issue a certificate from one state, it still bears the name of the state. But regulations-wise, preparation-wise, everything that we need to put in place to have that one East African license is more or less ready to go. Because the biggest hurdle that we need to cross is the issue of examination and certification of organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, or this is lunch happening? Okay, thank you. There's a question there.
They're saying I stand so that I can be heard. My name is Isaac from Kenya Airways, and I'm very delighted to learn what CASSOA is doing, and in your presentation, the word harmonization kept coming. Indeed, harmonization is a critical aspect that will bring the partner states, and especially talking in regards to a number of things like taxation, a number of issues like the licensing regulations. And you have mentioned in the answer to the first question that came through that there is an aspect of sovereignty that you navigate around. Is there a challenge? Is there a way we can go around it without having to wait until that one moment in the announcement that you are saying that, I don't know when, it will be expected to come, where the EAC becomes, borderless, and that the pronunciation that you are saying is made. Because while we wait for that, our passengers, the traveling public, is indeed having to pay more, is indeed having to go through a lot of it, a lot of challenges, and the airlines operating in the region are not able to realize the revenues, the growth that other regions are taking in. In particular, kindly address the issue of taxation, harmonization, and I want to bring in an issue already at hand of the Advanced Passenger Information, PNR, that indeed is taking stock. We're charging differently. Some countries, with all due respect, are up to 90 USD. That has just been introduced. And this indeed has made it very expensive to travel within the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac. And I can see you're still trying to take me to the non-diplomatic area. But on a personal basis, I believe it's been a challenge of our lifetime. It's not just the East Africa uniting, it's the whole of Africa. Why we still have these borders and boundaries, that it is more complicated for me to go to an African state than to go to a European or to the US. That is a challenge that is above the institution at the moment, but a challenge that we need to ask ourselves as Africans, why do we still have these barriers in place? Not just in East Africa, because East Africa is currently open. Yes, I still need to carry my passport in some places, but I still have free access to the community. And progress is being made in these areas. But there's still a challenge even at the global level, which is the African setting, that it is still very tedious, very challenging to travel from one African state to another. The airlines are being subjected to so many restrictions. The fifth freedom rights are so limited. The issue of the SATAM, the single air traffic movement that we are trying to get, has delayed time and time again, and every target we have set, I'm not saying any individual, we as Africans have set, have not really proceeded with this. So we come up with very good resolutions, and then the implementation becomes a challenge. So everybody needs to work hard in this effort, and that is what we're saying is, as CASSOA, we have already put in place the mechanisms. Should that day come, immediately we are ready to roll. So we don't just sit back and say we have failed. No, we make progress as we can based on how the situation moves. I'm running around in circles because I cannot go. I have my, but I think I hope it's a bit clear on that. Is it okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions. I'll take one more, and then we proceed to the next activity.
So my question is just brief. It's a forward-looking question. I'm an ATC with KCAA based in Mombasa. So my question goes as drones keep on growing, drones operations, urban air mobility, and also unmanned traffic management keeps on growing across East Africa. How is CASSOA keeping up in its mandate and capacity to keep up pace with all this?
Thank you very much. Here you're prompting me to ask for another position in CASSOA. In CASSOA, we are looking at the drones as a complete also new section because of the challenges and requirements that are coming up. So at the moment, we have combined the roles for one of our experts to be also supporting the drones because we have the Annex 6 and the Annex 1 requirements. So we are also developing or supporting the states as level 1. So we are developing the regulations, the technical guidance materials, and doing workshops and trainings. So far this year, we have already done 2 workshops and 1 training on drones, and also done a working group for model regulations to affect those that are doing international and those that are just local. So already progress also is being made on that, and very soon I'll be asking my executive director and the board to also give me a new position for an expert so that we can support the states on that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to do one ceremonial business before we break for lunch. In the morning, we had the privilege of our dignitaries gracing our opening occasion, and I want to just appreciate them. To help me do this, once again, allow me to invite Engineer Kangogo, who's one of our seasoned experts and a member of the CASSOA board, to help me honor and acknowledge.
I think we use transactional prices rather than market values for CGT calculation. Why don't we go the route of valuation? I think a country like South Africa is using market values, and it has placed that on us, on the seller, to provide current valuation or retrospective valuation in case of inheritance. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is something to do with the market-based measures for carbon emissions and everything, which would be coming in subsequent presentations. For now, allow me to invite Engineer Luke Kangogo to give at least the dignitaries who graced the opening occasion an appreciation.
And
allow me to welcome Balozi. Allow me to welcome Balozi at least to receive an appreciation from us. The second one I want to invite is, Engineer, you'll just have to remain and do this with me. I want to welcome the chairman of the board of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Brown Ondego, for a gift, at least an appreciation for being here. Next, allow me to welcome the representative of the chair of the board of KCAA. I think she's stepped out. She stepped out. I think we will terminate this at that point as we proceed for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, as you walk out through the door, you will receive a lunch voucher from the hostesses. Our lunch is served at the Dow restaurant. It is now exactly 21 minutes past 1. If we can make it back at around 2:15 o'clock, that would be appreciated. Enjoy your lunch.
Le propriétaire de tous les dossiers. Hey, 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 hey. Avec la participation de Jocelyne Berroa. Hey, 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 hey. Ah! Yo, Africa, Africa, ngase kaputula bibamba, nyuso bamba, baninga nanga pinch na yo, kotunga makamingi, koleka kutunga moto na zanga. Pinga naka
Je m'appelle Coupé Coupé Bibamba. Hey, je m'appelle Coupé Coupé Bibamba.
A good day to you all. My name is Francis Lichuma, currently acting as Executive Director of the East African Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, popularly known as KCAA. Aviation is more than just travel. It's a key driver of connectivity, of trade, tourism, and economic growth across East Africa. As our industry continues to evolve, the need for collaboration, innovation, and sustainability has never been greater. It is my pleasure to invite you to the 7th East African Community Aviation Symposium, taking place from the 14th to the 15th of May 2026 in the city of Mombasa in the Republic of Kenya. This year's symposium will be hosted at the PrideInn Paradise Beach Resort, bringing together aviation leaders, policymakers, regulators, airlines, and industry experts from across the global aviation family to discuss matters aviation. The theme for this year's symposium is Advancing Aviation Excellence Towards Connected, Sustainable, and Safer Skies. We will explore the key issues shaping the future of aviation and hold informative discussions on how our region will keep abreast with global trends shaping aviation excellence. These include aviation safety and security oversight, seamless regional airspace integration, digital transformation and cybersecurity, sustainable aviation, and strengthening tourism and trade. This symposium provides a unique platform to share knowledge, to build partnerships, and to drive innovation within our aviation sector. It's also an opportunity to inspire the next generation of aviation professionals and strengthen regional cooperation. I warmly invite all stakeholders to be part of this important event. Register today on the event's official website, that is symposium.cassoa.org. We look forward to welcoming you in Mombasa. Thank you. A good day to you all. My name is Francis Lichuma, currently acting as Executive Director of the East African Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, popularly known as KCAA. Aviation is more than just travel. It's a key driver of connectivity, of trade, tourism, and economic growth across East Africa. As our industry continues to evolve, the need for collaboration, innovation, and sustainability has never been greater. It is my pleasure to invite you to the 7th East African Community Aviation Symposium, taking place from the 14th to the 15th of May 2026 in the city of Mombasa in the Republic of Kenya. This year's symposium will be hosted at the PrideInn Paradise Beach Resort, bringing together aviation leaders, policy makers, regulators, airlines, and industry experts from across the global aviation family to discuss matters aviation. The theme for this year's symposium is Advancing Aviation Excellence Towards Connected, Sustainable, and Safer Skies. We will explore the key issues shaping the future of aviation and hold informative discussions on how our region will keep abreast with global trends shaping aviation excellence. These include aviation safety and security oversight, seamless regional airspace integration, digital transformation and cybersecurity, sustainable aviation, and strengthening tourism and trade. This symposium provides a unique platform to share knowledge, to build partnerships, and to drive innovation within our aviation sector. It's also an opportunity to inspire the next generation of aviation professionals and strengthen regional cooperation. I warmly invite all stakeholders to be part of this important event. Register today on the event's official website, that is symposium.cassoa.org. We look forward to welcoming you in Mombasa. Thank you. A good day to you all. My name is Francis Lichuma, currently acting as Executive Director of the East African Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, popularly known as KCAA. Aviation is more than just travel. It's a key driver of connectivity, of trade, tourism, and economic growth across East Africa. As our industry continues to evolve, the need for collaboration, innovation, and sustainability has never been greater. It is my pleasure to invite you to the 7th East African Community Aviation Symposium, taking place from the 14th to the 15th of May 2026 in the city of Mombasa in the Republic of Kenya. This year's symposium will be hosted at the PrideInn Paradise Beach Resort, bringing together aviation leaders, policy makers, regulators, airlines, and industry experts from across the global aviation family to discuss matters aviation. The theme for this year's symposium is Advancing Aviation Excellence Towards Connected, Sustainable, and Safer Skies. We will explore the key issues shaping the future of aviation and hold informative discussions on how our region will keep abreast with global trends shaping aviation excellence. These include aviation safety and security oversight, seamless regional airspace integration, digital transformation and cybersecurity, sustainable aviation, and strengthening tourism and trade. This symposium provides a unique platform to share knowledge, to build partnerships, and to drive innovation within our aviation sector. It's also an opportunity to inspire the next generation of aviation professionals and strengthen regional cooperation. I warmly invite all stakeholders to be part of this important event. Register today on the event's official website, that is symposium.cassoa.org. We look forward to welcoming you in Mombasa. Thank you.
Brenda.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm hoping the two gentlemen who raised the questions are in the room. The one on the licenses, I see you there. And the second one on cheaper air transport. Okay, but I'll proceed. So on the issue of licenses in the region, KCAA has already embarked on a project. It's been a long-standing project on the automatic validation of personnel licenses. There are some legal requirements based on Annex 1, which is the standard that requires for a common legislative framework. So unless we have a regional framework on licensing which is binding on the partner states, we're not able to fully implement the automatic validation. But that being said, the agency is embarking on developing a regional aviation legislative framework. It's in progress, so please bear with us. It's quite a long process, but work is being done in that area, and hopefully in the next 3 years or so, licenses for aviation personnel across the board shall be recognized in the region, regardless of where they come from, as long as they have been licensed in the region. And then on taxes, fees, and charges, that is what actually is one of the root causes of high air transport fees, rather tickets. And this is something that is being embarked on under the Single African Air Transport Market. Thankfully, we have the ambassador here, Mr. Kive. He's the lead ambassador on that. And AFCAC, the African Civil Aviation Commission, has currently embarked on developing the legislation that is meant to trigger the harmonization of these charges. So there are a number of workshops going on. There are drafting sessions going on. Last week, we just completed one on competition. And once these are actually adopted by the states, we shall see some improvement when it comes to ticketing in the region and the like. When we talk about liberalization and domestication, that's a whole other topic, but it is something that is actually anchored in Article 92 of the EAC Treaty. The heads of state did come together and agree to liberalize the East African air transport market. We are looking into that. We are developing regulations on that, and hopefully in the next 5 years we shall see something. Thank you. Politics.
Thank you, Brenda, for that initiative. A round of applause for Brenda. Thank you so much. Now we proceed into the first session in the afternoon, which is Aviation as a Catalyst for Tourism and Trade, which will be moderated by Pacific Musongera, and I'll be introducing him as a speaker. Musongera holds a master's degree in Integration, Trade, International Investments. He joined civil aviation in 2010 as an air traffic controller and has 16 years of experience to date. Has occupied the position of Manager Air Navigation Services at Burundi Civil Aviation Authority from 2014 to 2015. Since 2015 up to now, he's the Director, Airports and Air Navigation Services at Burundi CAA. He has been a member of the East African Community Technical Team in the establishment of the Unified Upper Flight Information Region project as an air traffic management expert from Burundi. Thereafter, in the same project, he is a member of the CNS ATM subcommittee, made up of directors in charge of air navigation in the EAC region to date. He is now the coordinator of the project of rehabilitation, expansion, and modernization of the Melchior Dandai International Airport in Burundi. Welcome, Bwana Pacific Musongera. Come to the stage kindly, thank you. On his panel, he'll be having Acting Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation, Nicholas Bodo. followed by Ms. Doreen Odhiambo, Director Strategy from Kenya Tourism Board, as well as Captain Gilbert Kibe, Managing Director, Air Transport Consulting. Welcome. We have just had lunch. A stronger hand clap, please. Thank you. Thank you. I'm told Mohamed Hersi has since joined us. Karibu sana, Bona Mohamed. A round of applause as he approaches the stage, kindly. Thank you.
Distinguished participant to this symposium, all protocol observed. Bon après-midi. Good afternoon. I'm privileged to take you through this afternoon session on the topic aviation as a catalyst for tourism and trade. We will be focusing on route development and cargo corridor expansion and the harmonization of visa policies and promotion of intra-Africa travel. But before all, let's start by introduction to define some key items that we'll be using. As introduction, we know that air transport sector, under air transport sector, tourism and trade are two subjects that are interrelated, one calling for another. By tourism, we understand the activity of traveling outside one's usual environment for leisure, business, or other purposes. And it involves both the journey and commercial services. So you understand tourism, commercial services, that is trade. And these commercial services, they support this tourism, and it includes accommodation. The tourists need to go to the hotels for accommodation, multimodal transportation by road or taxi or by air, and entertainment activities. They have money, they have to spend. Tourism is therefore one of the world's largest industry, generating much revenue and several jobs as described earlier. Trade, on the other hand, is the act of buying, selling, and exchanging. So you have to, if you have to sell, you need to get someone to buy. And you need to exchange either money against goods, or you exchange goods, what we call bartering. So the key items, as we have realized it, in tourism, there is traveling. In trade, we have buying, selling, exchanging. So there is a link between the two terminologies. You cannot trade without anyone to come and buy. Let's start with the first component of the topic, that is route development and cargo corridor expansion, focusing on their impact, the tourist impact on the route development. The creation of new passenger routes based on tourist destination increase direct connectivity to distinct markets, and this reduce travel time and costs. The tourist demand is in favor of operating direct flights to major hubs and to make more two more attractive destinations by international tourists. This means considering the different destinations by tourists. Take, for example, during summer. If you have a number of tourists in need of visiting Mombasa as a touristic site, or in Zanzibar, if there are many, the airline have to create a direct route, not to transit, because the aircraft will be full. It is not like when I departed from Bujumbura at 9 and I reached Mombasa at 2:30 p.m. No, 8:30 p.m. For such a distance, you see, we are not saving time, we are losing. So the seasonal or charter route can be tailored during such peak tourist demand and boosting arrival based on the tourists' needs. This will lead to competition by airline. This competition by airline will lead to creation of new routes and destination, especially remote or less popular ones. And this will reduce airfare. Since airline will be in competition, the passengers will have a way to choose which airline depending on the facilities that will be offered. And in fact, these tourists will make expenditures on different daily needs, such as restaurant, bar services, visiting attracting sites, accommodation, local transport, and so on and so forth. As you know, the tourists, they have money, but they don't have time. So you need to facilitate them to have fun, to enjoy and spend, and you on your side, you trade. What is the impact on trade? The cargo expansion, the cargo corridor, these are the specific routes for heavy cargo movement, especially perishable. They enable them to rapid movement, and especially perishable goods, such as flowers, fish, fruit, vegetables, and these require direct flights to avoid for them to perish during the transit areas. Air freight support high-value exports and facilitate imports of essential goods in a very short time. So the development of cold chain facilities and bonded warehouses strengthen competitiveness in regional and global supply chain. The growth of tourism sector is a result of accessibility to new destinations, as mentioned earlier, on new routes, better connecting with its positive impact on flight time and the low cost of air tickets, thanks to competition by airlines. As the number of travelers increase, these ones would require the creation of a network of direct and indirect jobs to meet the demand of transport services. These jobs inherent from transport, as you know, they include airport jobs. You know, by one traveler, you start by people who have to do the screening. We have manufacturers of equipment because they are there for security or safety of the passenger and flight. We have immigration department for that person. If reaching the transit area, they will need some services like restaurants. They need the IT people to give them Wi-Fi and internet. So by air transport, there is a web of jobs that are created thanks to this activity. And this job, they bring revenue that help improve the welfare of the citizen and increase the country's GDP. So now we go to the second component of the topic, that is the harmonization of visa policies and the promotion of the intra-EAC travel. What is its impact on tourism? In order to simplify travel across member states, it is expected that partner states harmonize visa regime and they create a tourist visa, what we call EAC single tourist visa. Secondly, the touristic visa will enable visitors to explore multi-country circuits within EAC member states without administrative barriers, increasing length of stay of the tourists, and as I mentioned earlier, they have to have where to spend their money. Easier entry will boost competitiveness against other RECs, regional economic groups, compared to the implementation of single visa issue within our region. On trade impacts, a simplified visa policy facilitates business, travel, enabling free movement of business people, I mean the entrepreneurs, the traders within the region. Those entrepreneurs and traders, you know, I see they have money, but they don't have time. So you need to simplify to facilitate them so that they do their business properly. The harmonization of visa policies within the region promote cross-border business exchange, conferences, and investment missions. It promotes regional integration, fostering closer economic, social, and cultural ties between regions and countries making up the community. So briefly, for our topic, aviation acts as a powerful catalyst for both tourism and trade in two ways. By expanding route and cargo corridors, it opens markets, attracts visitors, and accelerates imports and exports. And by harmonization of visa policy and promoting intra-EAC travel, this aviation strengthens regional integration and enhances competitiveness. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. So to expand this topic, we are privileged to have experts in specific areas with very wide experience in the domain. Their CVs, if we read them, it can take even 10 minutes. That's why the main moderator has made it well to summarize briefly about their experience. We are going to ask some questions to them so that we can get clear understanding of the topic. Hello, hello. Mike. Okay, so we are going to have some clarification questions to expand the topic. We are going to ask the panelists some few questions to expand this topic. We are going to start by Mr. Bodo, the Acting Director, DG CAA. Take this question. In what ways can aviation contribute to job creation and inclusive economic growth within tourism-dependent community in East Africa?
Thank you. Good afternoon. In what ways can aviation contribute towards job creation? All of them are aviation related. I think this answers the question. But this is the obvious. The front face of job creation in aviation is those who are working in it. So it's obvious if we grow aviation within East Africa, we grow job creation. However, the front face of it is this. What about those who rely on aviation? This country is at 60% of the tourists coming through aviation, or slightly more than that. KTB can clarify, or Mohammed Hersi can clarify the numbers. But then, those who rely on tourists are hotels. And when you look at the hotels, like here, they are service providers, people who are bringing the food, who are bringing the water, who are supplying all these services. It is job creation. If you look at our horticultural produce, we export flowers, we export vegetables. It's a whole value chain. Without aviation, it would be a struggle to get these goods out of the market, to the market, out of local to the market in Europe and wherever. So, yes, aviation creates jobs, many of them directly, but a large number indirectly because of tourism and exports that happen within the country. So I believe strongly that, yes, aviation can and does. And it will do more. I believe today is when they were opening the tender for expansion of Jomo. If you expand the existing terminal, you build new terminal, you're creating more jobs within the value chain. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG KCAA, for this clarification and the knowledge given to us. The next question is addressed to Ms. Doreen. So, what strategies should EAC partner states adopt to accelerate route development to undeserved tourism and a business destination within the region?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Pacific. We really appreciate. And Mr. Bodo, yes, I would wish to confirm between 50 to 60% that comes in through our airports. That means airlines plays a key role in terms of just connecting people and connecting markets. Now, looking at the question when it comes to the strategies, when it comes to route development, I think I'll just want us to reflect a bit on the data that we are seeing. That is between 2024 and 2025. If you look at the numbers that are arriving to Africa's destination, we are seeing a significant improvement. That is where you find that we are moving from 2024, where we have around 71 million coming into Africa as a destination. And that has actually grown where we are looking at 84 million, which presents for us a very good potential. If you look at it, for me, it really presents a very good opportunity for us as East Africa community. But looking at this, out of this, what percentage actually comes to East Africa community? If you look at that, that is 10%. About 50 to 55% is going to the north of Africa. So for me, this is really a challenge. You know, in the morning when we asked, then what direction do we want to go? And how do we get there? That is the conversation that we should be having right now. And looking at that, I see a great opportunity when it comes to the East Africa community. Looking at the diversity of what we have to offer, friends, it is rich. I think it's not a space where we should be talking about seasonality. Because if you look at the potential and what falls within the destination, then it really calls for a conversation of us really being able to work together. And this, I'm really speaking to an integrated approach at the end of the day when it comes to route development. This is whereby I really appreciate the effort that is there at national level. But I really say that if we are going to make a big step towards really growing these numbers, then we really have to approach this using an integrated approach. And the first key challenge that I must speak to, which was spoken to in the morning, is the whole reality about being able to access data, being able to access information, data-driven decision-making. When it comes to route development, this is whereby we have the discussion around sustainable, viable decisions that have to be made for the region. But to what extent are we open to sharing this information? I must say where I stand in terms of strategy, in terms of forecasting and planning, is a real challenge. Being able to access this information, and so we really have to come to this space where we are willing to share this information to give us a really solid ground to make decisions around being able to enhance and even develop some of these routes. And for us in market, we look at it in terms of trends, we look at it in terms of behaviors, we look at it in terms of being able to stitch the experiences across the board. It is very important that this information is actually surrendered by all of us who are in this room. But if we look at it also, in the last few years, I must say post-COVID, we have seen a lot of changes in terms of the travelers' behaviors. We are seeing a lot of changes. We are seeing a lot of it is coming on board in terms of travelers who are cost conscious. We are seeing travelers who are interested in block travel. That is whereby, and if I look at it in terms of Europe, we are getting a lot of travelers who are coming in and they are looking for multi-destination experiences. And this really speaks to the opportunity of us really coming together to be able to really create a seamless experience across the board. So part of this is really being able to strengthen at the end of the day in terms of just being able to create that ecosystem where we are sharing information, an ecosystem where there is harmonization in terms of the policies that we are looking at, and an ecosystem where we can go jointly together and create that visibility. I think the last thing that I want to speak to is when it comes to route development is the whole aspect of infrastructure enhancement. Remember, we have the key hubs that we have, but we have the opportunity that falls within the community, the regional communities. And so you'll find that there's a gap that really needs to be bridged if we are going to direct and open up the new routes. And when we're talking of the infrastructure, let us look at the reality that even as we push and really try to direct traffic to some of these potential and opportunities that we are looking at the region, then it will take that room whereby we really have to ensure that the infrastructure also rises up and matches up to our promise. Because in marketing, we make a promise. And when they come, they should be able to we should be able to live up to the promise. So the whole aspect around being able to enhance the infrastructure to match up to that growing demand is a very good opportunity. Lastly, allow me to speak to that opportunity that comes in terms of just being able to build up the capacity as we do the route development. Capacity development is key. These are some of those conversations that came up in the morning because there's that constraint when it comes to the human resource. I really appreciate the effort that has been there in us East Africa community towards this harmonization of standards. But now we have to build capacity for those who are delivering services to be able to live to that. So as we open up the routes, if these routes are going to be sustainable, then it means living up to the promise, and that means that we have to deliver in terms of capacity. So for me, these are some of those key areas, and if I will fold them into strategies that we really need to work on in terms of just being able to enhance and really open up other areas of the destination, indeed, there is a great potential within the destination and within the East Africa community. I submit.
Thank you, Ms. Doreen. As I told you earlier, we have expertise in this. For the panelists, I request the next panelist to summarize. We know that they have much knowledge. If we let them speak, they can even spend the whole day training us, teaching us based on their experience. So the next question is addressed to Mr. Hersey. And the question is on, if we look ahead, what practical steps should the EAC prioritize over the next 5 years to achieve safer, more connected and sustainable skies that support tourism and trade growth? So you are given to summarize within 3 minutes. We'll have enough of what we have to get.
Thank you. I've been told to summarize and make sure that I don't go beyond a couple of minutes. Okay, firstly, aviation. Without aviation, there's no tourism. Most of you, I can say 90% of you must have flown to the destination, which is just hardly, if it's from Nairobi, the 45 minutes, we call it a hop, not even a flight, very quickly. So in tourism, if aviation sneezes, tourism catches a serious cold. It is in our best interest as tourism players that aviation not only does well, but actually grows steadily, healthy, and stable. At the moment, we are facing serious crisis because of the war in the Middle East. Hopefully, that comes to an end soon because it's really going to impact on our high season. The question you asked me about 5 years ahead, what can we do? Firstly, the African proverb that says, if you want to walk fast, you go alone. If you want to reach far, you walk together. And the fact that we are 8 of us here, different countries, who've come together, it means that we are serious in terms of reaching far. So I'd like to congratulate you, everyone who is involved, for bringing the entire East African community together under one umbrella. When that happens, then it means it becomes very easy for us to build on that. Now, the challenges we face is about infrastructure. Right now, where we sit, we are actually hitting the limit. When you look at JKIA today, it was built for 6.5 million tourists. We are now already 8 million. We are behind 10 years to have revamped it to a point that it can it can handle 10+ million visitors. The same thing applies to next door Arusha and Dar es Salaam. You look at Kigali, Rwanda, they are busy building Bugesera, which is good, but we really need to move very fast. However, we must commend our brothers and sisters on our north Kenya, which is Ethiopia. As much as they're not here, they've played a very big role, all right, in matters aviation. And it's in our best interest that we all do well. It's in our best interest Ethiopia succeeds, because at the end of the day, it's better a fellow African country is able to bring those numbers as opposed to these numbers going through continental Europe or Middle East. This particular war that is going on now has clearly shown us that, the Swahili saying, fimbo ya mbali haiui nyoka. A stick far away cannot help you kill a snake. So it's in our best interest we grow our own aviation industry. So those are some of the things we really need to look at. But another thing very critical is Saturn. Some countries have signed, some countries have not ratified. Then East African single visa. We've also not agreed. There's 1 or 2 countries that is still not part of it. Let me tell you, if you are a tourist, you like to come and visit a country, a region at one go. SADC is a good example, but we are still better than them. So what I will urge any country, especially Tanzania, that has not come on board for the single visa, they should. On SATAM, Uganda have not. They should come on board. Let me tell you, the synergy of 1 + 1 is not 2. It's not even 3 these days, it's 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer provided to this question. The next question will be addressed to Captain Kibe with much experience in aviation. And the question is as follows. In what ways can regional airlines collaborate to improve intra-EAC connectivity while maintaining commercial sustainability? Do your best to give a feedback within 5 minutes, if it is possible.
Thank you. Actually, I'll take much less time. Now, collaboration of regional airlines in the EAC is in fact very simple. Just need to engage our airlines of EAC, that is Air Tanzania Corporation, Uganda Airlines, Congo Airways, Rwanda, KQ, and any other airline that will come up among the 8 member states. We just need to get into interline agreements with each airline, code share, and we look at how we can make our networks seamless in their interconnectivity. If we do that, then we're looking at the East African community people being able to move around very easily with good connections among ourselves, and in that way it will improve commercial sustainability. But because not all airlines are able to do everything, that's why we need to work together so that we can do more among us. I would like to remind the audience of the East African Airways. This was created in the early 60s. The route network that East African Airways had was unbelievable. In fact, people use the East African Airways route network and connectivity and the way we used to work with each other as an example for West Africa, and they created Air Afrique to do the same. And even the European airlines decided to use part of that strategy in the growth and development of the networks, even in Europe, among airlines. So we just need to work together, we just need to collaborate. And when we're doing these deals, we also have agreements of revenue sharing. So you get royalties and things like that. But now, if you require more connectivity and one airline doesn't have the capacity to do so, you can use another airline that can come and practice fifth freedom traffic rights in your country to go from country A to country B to country C, and then back to country B and back to country D to be able to do things that you were not able to do at the time. And that airline that is given that privilege to this fifth freedom partner will have a share of the revenue of flights that they are not able to do themselves. So it's a benefit for all of us to collaborate and cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the main moderator can allow me, I will ask another question to Ms. Doreen. This is a question regarding harmonization of visa policies. What are the major barriers preventing full harmonization of visa policies within EAC, and how can they be addressed? You see, we are complaining about lack of single visa within our community. So what are the major barriers and how can we overcome them? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, already Mr. Hersi has spoken to one of these challenges, whereby we are really appreciating that the more of us who are onboarded into the conversation of when it comes to this, the visa, then it is going to make it much easier. Because as long as we have those who fall within the block and those who are outside, then it becomes a bit of a limiting factor. It means that as you move outside that block, then those restrictions, again, at the end of the day, it does not add value, much as we try to really position East Africa community as a destination. So just as he has put across that plea in terms of other members coming on board, then I think it really adds a lot of value. Really looking at the whole aspect around harmonization when it comes to the systems. And this speaks both to the digital systems and the administrative systems. If these are not aligned, then sometimes it becomes very frustrating. So if you look at it in terms of digital transformation, it's a very good move. But really able to ensure that these systems are talking to each other, because at the end of the day, is really being able to put the traveler the comfort and giving that seamless experience as they move from one destination, as they move from one country to another, then they should be able to have that confidence that the other system that they are moving into will not make it any difficult for them to go in and to get out. But apart from that is being able to create the confidence in the traveler. And this really talks to the visibility. This really talks to communication around some of these initiatives. They are very good initiatives. But as long as there's no clarity around them, then there remains a bit of ambiguity around one or two areas. And this really speaks to opportunities of joint campaigns. It really speaks to opportunity around strengthening communication to be able to strengthen the travelers' confidence at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we still have time for continuation, or? We have 7 minutes. Thank you very much. So I will split the 7 minutes into 2 questions. One to be replied by Mr. Bodo is as follows. How can airports in East Africa balance passenger growth with the increasing demand for cargo and the logistic services?
Thank you. I think Mr. Hersey mentioned it when he talked about capacity at Jomo, though he got the figure slightly wrong. Jomo's capacity existing currently is 7.5 million pax annually, and we are doing 8.9, I believe, last year. So demand has already outstripped supply. It's obvious we need to do 2 things. It takes about 3 to 3.5 years to do any terminal. So we need to build a new terminal, and we need to optimize the existing terminal, which takes slightly less. As a Kenyan, what are the other states doing? Rwanda are doing their airport. Tanzania did a terminal in Dar. Uganda opened a new terminal also in Entebbe. We need to grow the infrastructure for passengers. The cargo side of the business, I believe in most airports, you will find that it exists. The capacity exists. Jomo, I believe, they are doing currently about 40% of the existing capacity. There are challenges relating to apron for parking cargo aircraft and what have you. So there is some work to be done. It is important for the states to not only be able to attract more tourists, but also grow their capacity to export goods out of the various states. So it's a very interesting question, because you need to go to, like for exports, you need to go into so many of the issues around logistics, airlines, granting people traffic rights, I need to go back to wearing my other hat. As a Ministry of Transport, you'd be surprised the number of airlines that have been granted fifth freedom traffic rights out of Nairobi into Europe just for cargo. And I'm talking about Amsterdam, Maastricht, Liège, it's across, just to ensure that the demand is met. Those who produce flowers, when it comes to, actually the other one was celebrated the other day, Mother's Day. When it comes to Valentine's, Mother's Day, the requests that we receive, which is good, because those who are doing flower business need to sell. So this year, the pressure was not much because we granted the request for additional frequencies and everything else earlier. We need to grow the industry as a whole, both in terms of passenger and cargo. We can't concentrate on one and leave the other out, because yes, we need the forex that comes in through tourists and all, but we also need the forex that comes in through those who are selling their flowers and horticultural produce. Wearing that other hat, last year I went to somewhere called Dominican Republic for negotiations of bilateral air services agreement, and I was shocked. Punta Cana, 3 years or 4 years ago, were doing 2 million tourists. Right now, they are doing 12 million. We are struggling to get to, is it 5 million? That's our target. They are doing 12 million tourists. We need to try and see if we can learn from other states. What have they done to attract tourists? I was surprised. That place you walk around at any time of the day or night, people feel safe and secure. Here, what are our challenges around here? And we need to be able to learn from others. You know, at times, there's no need of trying to reinvent the wheel. If others have done it, why can't we learn from them? For us, Kenya as a state, I know, and East Africa as a region, we are trying to attract, Mercy, give me a minute, at least I finish. We are trying to attract more tourists, but there is also a need to grow export of our produce. I submit.
Thank you very much. Allow me to raise the last question. As you are saying that you are trying to do your best to attract the tourists. The question will be addressed to Captain Kibe. We need to attract tourists, but yet our airline, they are increasing the cost of tickets, airfare. So what policy measures are necessary to reduce the cost of air travel within East Africa and make regional tourism affordable and attract many tourists?
Thank you very much. I would like to wear my hat as the SATAM ambassador for the Eastern region, which is 14 countries. The 8 countries of EAC are included in my mandate for the promotion of SATAM. Now, the African Union has 3 flagship projects which are extremely important to achieve what you've asked. Number 1 is the free movement of persons, and that has been spoken about. There should be visa-free travel, visa on arrival, make it easy for Africans or East Africans to visit each other, And in fact, what we would recommend is even remove the requirement for visa completely. The people of Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya do not even use passports to visit each other. They just use their national ID. So you should be able to move freely. Then the next flagship project is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which promotes the free movement of Pan-African cargo around us. And the third very important flagship project is the Single Africa Air Transport Market. What does that mean for the EAC? It means that the EAC should become domestic to each other. Entebbe, Dar es Salaam, Bujumbura, Juba, Kigali, these should be local domestic flights. The impact of that is that the taxes, fees, and charges imposed on a ticket are reduced in the region of 90%. Today, a ticket to Entebbe or to Dar es Salaam is $600 economy. A ticket to Kinshasa in DRC or Juba is $1,000. What would happen if you reduce taxes, fees, and charges by going domestic? You'll be looking at a possibility of a $600 ticket becoming $200, because with $600, about 70% of the cost of that ticket is government taxes, fees, and charges. So if you eliminate the non-aviation taxes, and then the aviation taxes reduce them by 90%, then you have a cheap ticket on the way. So $200 or thereabouts, you can travel nicely within EAC, $250 to Kinshasa or Juba. But if you bring in Jumbo Jet, now you're looking at $100 ticket coming in. So what does that mean? In terms of movement, if you have a route that has traffic of, say, 10,000 people a month, if you reduce the price of a ticket to become affordable, and all East Africans like Dombolo music, so they'd like to visit Kinshasa, to the home of Dombolo. Today, you can't afford to go there. But what if it was $150 or $200? You would be flocking to Kinshasa. We would be flocking to Dar es Salaam to go and see the things that they do there. We would be flocking to Uganda. People will be coming to Kenya also because they also want to see what is this Nairobi like or what is Masai Mara like. So we're looking at growing passengers from 10,000 to easily become 100,000 and can become 1 million. Now, when you have that high volume of traffic, the taxes that the government receives at a 90% reduction will increase exponentially. And there's one powerful example of how that has already worked in EAC. Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. In January 1st, 2015, the presidents of these countries decided that, number one, you don't need a passport to travel. That's when the ID was introduced. And number two, the mobile telephony would become a domestic call. It used to cost 90 shillings to call any of those three countries, and it was charged by the minute. On the 1st of January, that 90 shillings came down to 4 shillings. That was a 90% drop. 4 shillings. Today is 5 shillings. In month one, mobile telephony traffic increased by 200%. In month 3, 460%. In month 6, 950%. By December of 2015, the ministers of finance were so satisfied that they even stopped counting what the increase in traffic was. And it is exponential. In less than 1 year, they were making 10 times what they used to make at 90 shillings per minute, at charging 4 shillings by the second. We have a success case already. Let us implement that in air transport. That's all we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, expert Captain Kibe. Now I hand over the floor to the organizers for the way forward.
Thank you, Pacific. A round of applause to our panelists and moderator, kindly. Maybe to be fair, we can give Mohammed just a comment, and then any burning question or comment from the plenary as we wind up this exhilarating session. Thank you.
Start with you. Okay, thank you. The fact that I was only asked one question, I will hog all their time now. The aviation is considered a luxury by African countries, which is a wrong thing. Aviation is a necessity. It's an enabler. When you look at the African continent, forget about the map that is circulating everywhere. Africa, you can fit in the US, good part of Europe, India, good part of China, into our continent. This is a huge continent, undiscovered continent. Our infrastructure in terms of road network is still very bad and connectivity is poor, which means the only option we have is to fly. Now, if we will be, when you look at aviation, all African countries, including my country, Kenya, we all want to tax aviation. We consider it to be a luxury. The challenge we need to give to our government is, do you feed a cow well to milk it for a long time, or do you starve it and then hope that you continue getting the milk? Look after it. Now, if we get more numbers flying, our airports are more developed, then it means we will be able to attract more tourists. Globally, the world handled 1.4 billion travelers last year. And for the last 10 years, we've been handling over 1 billion. What is Africa's share? Hardly 3%. After COVID, we went to 3.5, which means sub-Saharan Africa is hardly 70 million, or rather the whole of Africa. Then out of that, we only get around 30%. We are always told Kenya, Tanzania, who is doing better. And always like saying this, Kenya, 1.2 million maybe at most, Tanzania, another 1.5. It's actually two dwarfs competing with taller. That's what we are when you look at the, in terms of tourism. Let us work very hard to make sure that our skies are open, but at the same time protecting our national carriers. That's very crucial. We should not just open up everything as much as I am always asking for it. And I think the best example for me will be South Africa. They have an ailing South African Airways, but they've said, as you recover, we will not deny the tourism and the business industry in South Africa to be denied the business coming in. So what have they done? They've allowed more airlines to bring in the numbers. And I think that's the same thing that we need to do as East Africa, rather than, closing, because an airline cannot claim to have lost something they've never had. If you're not flying to a destination, you cannot claim that you lost something, yet you don't even service that line. That route in the first place. And I know there are policymakers in this room, and that is what we need to look at, as Africans. And then tourism today is the biggest employer, is the easiest way to get our young men and women out of unemployment. Out of every 10 tourists, actually 6, we create 1 direct employment. The return on investment is so fast, you won't believe it. So we must support aviation, and in turn, it is supporting tourism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the plenary before we wind up? I see a hand there. Asha? Get one from that section and one in front here. Then we close.
Okay, thank you very much for the great presentation from the panelists. My question will be to all of them. Looking at the tourism industry, there's 90% reliance on foreign. Are there strategies that you have to localize most of the travel, let it be more domestic? And when you're talking domestic, we are looking at the blocks. Again, when you're doing the marketing, are you including all the hoteliers? Are you including all the airlines and probably the county governments? The counties have been trying to do very well in terms of showcasing what they can do and what they can be able to produce and the kind of businesses that can be opened. Can we have like a situation whereby we just move from the wildlife kind of tourism, we focus on other sectors like agriculture?
I'd have to cut you short. We can't hear the question quite clearly up here. Sound? Maybe stand.
Okay, I'll have to stand. My name is Matthews from Kenya Airports in Operations and Safety Department. My question is to all the panelists. When you say you are working together, have we looked at a situation where we have a framework where we combine the hoteliers, the airlines, as well as the policymakers to come up with ways to boost tourism numbers, and more so on the domestic segment? When you say you are going for a tour, for a holiday, for example, in Africa, most people think they are villages. Nobody thinks going to a different area, having a different experience. So can we have this industry looking at selling tourism as an experience as opposed as tourism as a destination? Experiences, people tend to go to those ones. On another front is the industries that you are marketing. Let's not just look at our natural resources. Are there businesses that we can partner in creating the routes, like the Asian route? Most of them want to come to our countries, not necessarily because of the wildlife and the natural materials that we have. We can actually partner with them. How do we make them come to the industries that we have here? How do we improve on our grid, for example, for us to enable more businesses coming on board? That's my question. And just food for thought, as we are doing the marketing, there's been this fight about where is Mount Kilimanjaro, for example, and who owns the Mara. Is it in the Serengeti or is it in Kenya? So this is the kind of communication that goes out there from the respective countries herein represented. The Tanzanians will try and market in their own way. Kenya will also try market in their own way. Yet we are serving the same tourists. The tourists will have a different experience in Tanzania, a different experience in Kenya. Just as it was said, two dwarfs trying to make something happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthews. We'll come to the front here, and then we'll get reactions from the panelists. Who will be taking that question from the panel? Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, let me answer the one of tourism as an experience. I like that question or comment. Let me give you an example of how tourism as an experience has worked in the United States. Today, you don't see adverts, come visit the United States of America. What you will see is an advert of visit New York, for instance, or come and see this play. In my research, I found that New York itself attracts 63 million tourists a year. 50 million of those tourists are domestic. 13 million are international. It says something here. We should attract our domestic tourists because they're the larger number of tourism, but at the same time attract international visitors. I think we need, Doreen and people who do the marketing, we need to market more destination and tourist experiences. So we're selling Diani, we're selling Masai Mara, or we're selling Nairobi, as opposed to we're selling Kenya, or we're selling Tanzania. So I think we need to change our strategy and go to that more tourism experience and even cultural experience, that sort of thing. I think it will attract more. It has shown it works in the US.
Thank you for your submission.
Yes. So maybe I can just add up to that very quickly. I think more and more, we really appreciate and we never shy away from it, that for sure beach and wildlife is our bread and butter as a region. And so we are really focused on marketing that. But by and by, I must say that we are moving into the space where we are really appreciating other opportunities that are really cutting across the board and really supporting in terms of driving the numbers. I must say that we have seen a great opportunity when it comes to sports. A number of us are familiar with the World Rally Champion, the WRC. And this is one of those that moves numbers across the region, right from Rwanda to Uganda to Tanzania. We have seen a number of us come together in terms of education opportunities. It is also really opening up, and we are really pushing it as part of the product. Religion is also leading in terms of the numbers, where we are really seeing a lot of conferences that are going across the border. So more and more we are looking into niche experiences, we are looking out for other opportunities and real drivers across the region. So thank you for that, and we are really keen in terms of strengthening it. Submit.
Thank you, Madam Doreen. Last comment?
Thanks a lot for the opportunity, and congratulations for the panelists for really presenting very well. Doreen for representing the tourist boards, and for the great comment. My comment, it's not a question actually, just trying to share practical examples on the discussion. My names are Ephraim Mafuru, Director General of Tanzania Tourist Board. One of the great enablers of travel is basically what you spoke about, infrastructure development. And I know for sure that some of the infrastructure that we have across the region are almost full capacity, but others are still having enough capacity to do that. But one of the things that I see as a great insight that I got from the discussion in the morning is how can we increase collaboration in terms of servicing those international travelers coming to our region. And I want to use an example of one of the markets that we activated over the past 2 years, China. So Tanzania Tourist Board deliberately developed a Chinese dedicated campaign and went to activate in only 3 cities. In a span of 2 years, Chinese travelers from Tanzania have grown from 45,463 to 82,140 by December last year. That is an 81% growth for more than 36,000 travelers in a span of 2 years. So how did it happen? As a government, we deliberately introduced routes to China. So Air Tanzania goes to only 1 city 3 times per week. That gives you a maximum of not more than 7,000 travelers, even if you are 100% capacity. So the rest, more than 76,000, travel using different airlines, different routes, different airports. They come to our region. So that, for me, tells a story that we need to increase cross-collaboration as a region to ensure that we enable international travelers with the seamless travel experiences that will make them stay longer instead of spending a lot of hours traveling all over the world to come to our destinations. So great thinking about how can we collaborate, and I heard in the morning that KCAA is trying to develop a roadmap that need to be actualized in the very few years. So I congratulate you and wish you all the best. Get political will to ensure that your roadmap can be actualized, not only during our lives, but even shorter than what you have actually said. And the last comment about how can we market not only as a destination, I think we need to strike a right balance between destination marketing and infrastructure development, because accessibility, and especially seamless accessibility of our destination, will be the greatest enabler for us to grow our tourism numbers and ultimately grow the economy of our countries. Asanteni sana.
Thank you for that submission. I'd like to request the panelists and the moderators to be upstanding, kindly, for our photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome me in congratulating them for that wonderful session right after lunch. Ladies, kindly, let's have the appreciation gifts for our speakers.
Nazali koluka yo posilisa kimia motema tambala moko bolingo esili kokoma libulu ya silence ozali na bomoi me motema na ngai ebungi chérie na leli réponds-moi malembe ba message comme ce bleu sans réponse batu balobi sala makasi okoleka me bango bayebi te esika motema ezali kokwea nazali kotambola na ville ya basouvenir nyonso ezali yo.
Next we have Mr. Eva Conning from EASA. Kindly be upstanding and get closer to the stage. A round of applause for Mr. Eva as he comes along. Thank you.
Hope my presentation is available. So, while we're waiting for my presentation, I'm coming from the other EASA, the one on the north there. So, not the East African School of Aviation, but the European Union Aviation Safety Agency. And I wanted to say the European RSO. I think we heard of RSO today. Just maybe while the presentation is arriving, but maybe I'd like to bounce back on the previous panel. And I think we've heard some key words. One of them being confidence, trust. We heard of community, capacity building, growth. All those issues are related to how do we open the market, how do we improve the aviation. And we had in the panel a few answers to what needs to be done. Humbly, what I will try to present here this afternoon is how can EU and through its EU funding can participate in making that happen. So my presentation is how do we at EU level support the aviation in Africa. And I hope I will manage. So I will browse rapidly to past activities or past projects that we have implemented. Some of you are very familiar with the EU ASA project, EU Africa Safety in Aviation, which was a 5 million project and ended mid last year and had 4 objectives: reinforcement of regional organization, harmonization of regulation at regional level, supporting oversight, and promoting safety data collection and analysis. We heard this morning that data was a key issue, and that was also mentioned by the panel in order to make decisions that would be data-driven. Then, I'm not going to talk about North part, but there's some funding for the Northern Africa. There was some 2 projects that both of them are closed, targeting Central Africa. Not both of them. The Pagian one is going to be ending at the end of this year. We have talked about one of those flagship projects today, SATAM, Single African Air Transport Market, and we are currently implementing EU-funded project to support AFCAC in the implementation of that single market. And I think we need to continue to do that. This project will end in August this year. Last year, in October, ended also a project related to environment. So far, we have not talked too much about environment, but I know some speakers will be addressing the subject much better than I do. So we will come back on that. And there's still an ongoing project that EASA is implementing that is covering 14 states in Africa plus India, and it will end in 2027, and it's dealing with ACSAF. So, but I want to spend a bit more time on the new project in the pipeline, or not in the pipeline, because it was signed last year, called EU-CASSOA, EU Support to the Aviation Sector in Africa. Last time I mentioned the name of that project in East Africa. They said to me, you know what SASA means in Swahili? It means now, so we need to implement now. So, okay, so that's one of the words I remember in Swahili. So it's the 10 million project funded by the EU, and the project is starting with the inception phase that started on the 1st of January 2026, and the duration is for 5 years. Who will be the beneficiaries? Not the direct beneficiary, but almost indirect, government entities. all of you are representing an entity within your states, and you will benefit from that, be it in safety, be it in air transport, be it in environment. But the bulk of the activity will be channeled through the regional organization. Regional economic communities, RIO and RSOs, and AFCAC. I'm not mentioning ISAF office of the WACAF office because they are not the beneficiary of the activity, but we are coordinating with those two ICAO regional office. And for the first time for a project in Africa, we have the industry also as a beneficiary. So I'm glad to be participating to this event because we have the industry in the room, and we are inviting you to raise your voice and express your desire in terms of activities, what to do. So I've mentioned just two of activity industry here, AFRA and ACI Africa, but you know there's many more organizations representing the industry, but it's covered in there. So in terms of domains that we will cover for this project, we're going to combine two of past projects, one on safety, that's going to be one of the main objectives of this project. Air transport will be another main objective of this project, and to a lesser extent, we will cover also environment. Those are the three main objectives or domains covered. The last two that are mentioned on these slides are transversal domains. So you can have digitalization, new technology issues related to safety, related to air transport, or related to environment. And we've talked earlier and in the last panel about growth, about capacity building, and most of the people that have been talking, and I'm part of them, in 10 years from now, they probably won't be in the aviation business. They will be retired, unless we want to become a consultant, but that's a different story. Then that means we need to build the next generation of aviation professional. Otherwise, there's no way we'll cope. Let's imagine we have a brand new airport that we just advertised that we need to have. If there's no staff to work there, that's not good. So we need to attract new people into the aviation world so that we can cope with traffic growth that is upcoming. I'm not going to go through all the boxes in this slide. I believe the presentation will be made available to the participant through the CASSOA website on this event. But I just want to highlight the four objectives of this project. Promote a safe, sustainable, integrated aviation market. It was written almost 2 years ago, and it almost aligned with the subject of this symposium. We want to work on that. We want to improve regulatory and institutional environment. We want to improve capacity, and we want to improve the exchanges or strengthen the exchanges between EU and Africa. I'm French, and you guys in Kenya have suffered last 2 days because a president came here in Nairobi or something like that. So I'm just picking up the pieces after. I was stopped on the expressway yesterday because there was some VIP passing by, but okay, hopefully you will not suffer from that when you come back to Nairobi. But at least we want to work with you in doing a bit of work. Of course, 10 million will not cover all the needs that are available or that are highlighted here. We will have to work together to make sure that we do the best out of this money, available money, and that's why we're channeling that through regional organization. But there's going to be lots of work to be done also at your own level. So I was saying that we are in the inception phase. The inception phase is there to build the action plan. The inception phase will end with the first steering committee meeting of the project. The members of the steering committee meeting will be the regional economic communities that are recognized by the African Union, the RSOs, African RSOs, and AFCAC will be part of the steering committee. Should they approve the proposed action plan, then we will move on to the next phase, which is the implementation phase. And then it's going to be a conclusion phase, but later on. So as I said, we are in the inception phase. We are collecting wishes, suggestions from all stakeholders in Africa. What will be the criteria for us to select some of those activities that are suggested? One, it's going to be, as I said, a regional approach. So should you ask for an activity that is specific for Kenya and just specific for the Mombasa airport, we might not have anything, okay? We might not take that on board. But should you highlight an activity that is needed for all East Africa, what we heard from the last panel, that we need to work as a sub-region and together, that's the type of activity that we want to support, be it on safety or air transport and so on. We need to aim for long-term improvement rather than short-term fixes. It's not because you're going to have an ESOP audit tomorrow that we need to come in and work. Okay, that's not the purpose of the project. The purpose of the project is to support the growth on the long term of the aviation sector. We want also the activities to be self-sustainable. Okay, once we can kickstart the activity with the project, but after it needs to be running on its own. And I've heard President Macron saying we need to work in partnership. That's true also for aviation. And that means we will have to work together. And all the expertise is not blocked in Europe. There was plenty of expertise here on the panel earlier. And I think that's part of the contribution that we can have in bringing together the two sides, is using the resources that are available. In the next slide, I will present some of the activities that we have implemented in safety in the past project, but I just want to, because I'm talking about that, I'm thinking of another activity that we've done for Bagasso. Bagasso, the ED of Bagasso is represented here, and we did not look for experts in Europe. The expert that we took for one of the activity was coming from Zambia, and that was a legal drafting expertise. Okay, that was a training that we delivered several times, and the expert came from Africa. So we facilitated the meeting of the expert and the organization, but that was done here with the resources that are available in Africa, and you have lots of resources that needs to be put together. And also, last but not least, in order to be selected, the activity needs to be sufficiently elaborated, but that is quite obvious. In terms of example of past activities, I think it's going to be music to the ear of ABBA that spoke earlier, but we support the RRAP. CASSOA was mentioning that earlier. We contributed to this, and we are happy that it took place, and the results were such. We will see how we can continue to support that. We organized an RSO forum not far from here in Nairobi in 2023. We carried out a RSO study. Last year was presented, and I heard that last month the roadmap, RSO roadmap, went through the AUC sectorial ministerial meeting, and it was approved. So I need to give a congratulation to our MC. Where is he? Mr. Lawrence. So congratulations for the roadmap. He was chairing the working group on that. We delivered a number of training, be it for AFCAC or other RSOs. Earlier this morning, we mentioned EACARES. EACARES is an acronym for Repository of European Repository for Accident Investigation, and the new version was developed by EASA so that it could be used by everyone. And we organized also in Senegal an accident investigation workshop. So the list is not exhaustive. It's just examples of activity that we've done only in the area of safety, and we will enlarge that, as I have said, in a new project. In conclusion, and we've heard that from the last panel, working together, we need to do that to overcome the new challenges in air transport in order to respond to those challenges. We need to move towards partnership and with and among African countries and stakeholders, and we need to have a regional approach to build synergy, optimize use of scarce resources, and avoid redundancy. think the example of the mobile issue on East Africa that was brought by Captain Kibe is a good example of that. And we just want to say that EASA and the EU is committed to remain at your side to move towards stronger Africa in terms of aviation. Thank you for your attention. I was asked to maybe open for questions. Should you have any? No one. So I was very clear, apparently. Or maybe too, okay, I'm not saying.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koning. A round of applause for Mr. Koning. Before you sit down, sir, we have a small package for you. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Kindly, let's keep engaging through questions and even on the sidelines. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Eve. We would like to redeem some time, so allow us to proceed to the next panel. We have a panel that is going to discuss a very interesting topic, next generation of aviators. As we sit in this room, we need to prepare and think of next generation of aviators. To handle this, allow me to welcome Dr. Alex Gesure. Alex Gesure is going to moderate for us a session on the next generation of aviators with the theme of empowering the future workforce for safe, sustainable, and connected skies. Dr. Alex is the current Deputy Director in charge of airworthiness at the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and he is responsible for providing regulatory leadership in the in airworthiness oversight, continuing airworthiness, and aviation safety. He is an accomplished aeronautical engineer, and he is licensed by 4 competent aviation authorities. His academic credentials are both diverse and robust, including a Bachelor's of Commerce in Operation Management, a Master's degree in Management Science, and a doctorate in Aviation Management. With over 20 years' experience, he has built in the career spanning from aircraft maintenance, airline operations, and aviation regulatory environment. Allow me to welcome Dr. Alex to carry on with this panel. A round of applause.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the next generation presentation. I won't be presenting this alone. I have panelists that will be joining, so I'll wish them to join thereafter. So they can be moving this side. So I have a panelist called Dr. Oliver. Oliver is an academia. He also works with the Civil Aviation Authority, Kenya, under the the Training Directorate. So Dr. Oliver, please come. So Dr. Oliver holds a position as the registrar at the East Africa School of Aviation. For more details, this information has been captured by EASA, by CASSOA on the website. So we got our next panelist will be Engineer Elijah. Engineer Elijah also works for the Civil Aviation Authority Kenya under the training arm East Africa School of Aviation. He's an engineer and is the head of department on training specifically for communication and CNS. We got another engineer, Penina. She works with the Civil Aviation Authority Kenya. She is the principal airworthiness inspector at the Civil Aviation Authority. So ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a world of sustainability, and sustainability in terms of education, we look at how then do we go about the generation for tomorrow. We have, our presentation is yet to be loaded, but what we are talking about today is how then do we empower the generations to come. We look at the aviation will not be there tomorrow if the today's generation is not empowered. We want to divide this empowerment about the next generation in terms of free. We got the younger generations who are yet to join the career, those who are aspiring to be aviators of tomorrow. We also have those aviators who are in the industry, but they are obsolete in the context of technology. So they also need to be molded. I'm waiting for the presentation, please. We are yet to mold these people so that they can also cope up with the technological changes in the future generation. We also look at the aviators who are in the industry, but they are attracted to the other side. So they could be moving if they are not retained. So here, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking for 5 important words. At the end of our discussions, if we'll understand these 5 words, then we'll be able to be home. So number 1 is attracting. We need to attract people to join aviation. Remember, if you look at the UNESCO, when they talk about education, it's all about having these people to do training for them, to have them being agents of change. We call about inspiring, educating, training, and retaining these young people. So the objective of the next generation, ladies and gentlemen, is all about having the people or a people who will be able to push forward the aviation system in the years to come. Here we talk about how then does the industry, the civil aviation authorities, the organizations, all those who are regulated entities, how can they help to ensure that we create a competitive future by having a people? Now, we talk about the global aviation force, or rather demand. Most of the people have done research, this is documented, and ICAO gives statistics. Boeing and Airbus have done statistics, and they have indicated that in the future, there will be millions of people required in the industry. In Africa, 65,000 people will be required. So many countries in Africa, including Kenya, Nigeria, and others, they have projected the need to have hundreds of employees in future. But now the question is, where is the shortage came about? 43% of this shortage came about due to the pandemic issue. In EU, as a research has been done, they say that 44% of their current manpower will retire in the next, up by 2030. We got the high cost that has been mentioned and many other things. There is skill mismatch. Then there is competition from other industries. And lastly, there is the lifestyle in the aviation industry, which mostly keeps people moving from one organization to the other. Now then, what are the strategies to ensure that we have these people in the industry in the times to come? One thing is the industry, KCAA, and other civil aviation authorities, and the generation in general need to recognize the importance of having these next generation people as a pillar in the industry. Next thing is to address the shortage as a critical operation in sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about sustainability, it's all about the future. Talking about today without neglecting what will happen in the future. Now, we talk about a robust, competence-based system. We also talk about fostering collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to align the industry with the academia. We've been having a lot of engineers, pilots, dispatchers in the industry who, in quotes, are PDF aviators. PDF aviators to say they do more of paperwork than what the industry needs. Therefore, we need to bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. The other thing that we need to do is we need to focus on what is called CBTA, competence-based training and assessment. In the context of the story, then we'll be able to ensure that the technology that is advancing is done in a proper manner. I've told you the next generation does not contain or entail only the young, it also contains the old who have been, you know, sometimes when we teach, we want students also to reply, who have been obsolete. Now, there should be effective collaboration between the training organizations, approved training organizations, the universities, and the industry. I want to confirm that the mentorship program will now enable the next generation to be on point. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to have also the older generation to be retained in the industry so that they do what? Mentorship. Now, mentorship will enable these young people to have a safety culture, to have or enhance confidence in their doing work, and also to sustain a future-ready workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, there is now enhancing hands-on aviation training. We did say that we have the young people who are yet to join. We also have the old people who have been obsolete because of technological changes. And also we got those who want even to change from one career to the other. So what they should do then is to have a hands-on experience whereby they will join the approved maintenance organization, the airline, the other organizations for them to promote assessment, feedback, and skill validation. Something called competence-based training. ICAO has developed a full document about competence-based training, whereby we are moving from the theory to practical, whereby we are saying that there should be a skill match, whereby you do your theoretical training, at the same time you do your theory training to ensure that you are competent enough to move away from just attaining hours of training, but to attaining skill-based hours. Ladies and gentlemen, there is shaping a safety mindset. That is to say, from day one when we join school, then there should be a situation of having a people who are safety conscious from day one. They should encourage continuous safety training, risk assessment, and hazard identification. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is set from day one, so when these young people continue to join the industry, they'll be able to be retained and they will have a career progression. In essence, shortage is also a retention issue. Many organizations, many governments, they lose the minds because they're not able to retain these people, either because of payment or whatever it is. But there is the aspect of retention. Aviation organizations also need to balance work and other operations. There should be people who manage stress, and also at the same time, there should be improving training. You will not have an engineer, a pilot, or a dispatcher being retained in the same position forever, so they will move to another organization. Integrating sustainability into training. We are talking about training for future. The future cannot be there if we don't train today. That is to say, then training that is being done today must comprise of the social, economical development, and also environmental operations, looking into what will happen tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen who are seated here, aviators should look at what will happen in the years to come and who will be taking your positions. And so there should be training that reaches into a sustainable future. We talk about developing future aviation leaders. So the curriculum that is being developed today, we've got universities in Africa who are more into training theory than practicals. So ladies and gentlemen, then there should be an aspect of introducing leadership into the curricula that we have in our world today. So that when these people leave those organizations, rather training organizations, universities, and colleges, they should be able to join the industry. At the same time, they should have a knowledge of leading others, taking the industry where they don't want to be, but where they ought to be. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about having a safety culture in the operation. Now, a stronger safety foundation can only be done if the training is done correctly. In the years that went before me, there used to be a situation whereby you're just told do 1, 2, 3, 4 without being told why and how. So ladies and gentlemen, we should be able to marry the skill, the theory, knowledge, and experience. That is to say, we have to have aviators who are both skill and also safety driven. In conclusion, we say that attracting, developing, and retaining the next generation of aviators requires a strong collaboration across the industry to align training, promote inclusion, and build a sustainable talent pipeline, ensuring future safety, efficiency, and growth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the other aspects of the primary framework for UNESCO, for example. We talk about educating for sustainable development. That is the framework for UNESCO. Now, transforming education systems. Remember, we could not have a system. If there is no system, then there is no future. There should be a proper feedback. So let's hear from our panelists. What are they going to tell us about a system within the aviation industry? I'm a big believer of beyond things. So when you talk about the need to move beyond educating about sustainability to educating for it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good quote. At least I need to leave you this with. Training beyond, moving beyond educating about sustainability to educating for it. So let's hear from our panelists here. We've got a few questions that they will tell us on to expand on this discussion. So I'll be moving from here so that they can tell us more. Dr. The aviation industry, most of the young people, they look at it that aviation is all about piloting. When you tell somebody that you are in aviation, they look at it that you are a pilot. So how can then the KCAA, by extension, create awareness about the other careers that are in aviation?
Thank you very much, Dr. Gesure, for that question. Basically here we are talking about mainstreaming aviation. And indeed it is true. When you tell someone that you work in an aviation training school, the first question they ask you is, so you train pilots? That is always the question. And even in the manner in which they ask the question, it's suggesting that this is an elitist area. It's reserved for a few. So for us, the question then begs, what can we do? To mainstream aviation, we have to reach out to the next generation of aviation professionals. And we are not just limiting it to the youth. Even people in other careers may develop an interest in aviation. So the manner in which we reach out to them, today we use social media, for example, TikTok. You know they have a heavy presence there. So in the manner in which we market, we shouldn't just limit to, you know, the old ad on when I grow up, I want to be a pilot. We used to see that when we were children. We talk about different careers within aviation. Indeed, aviation takes everyone, from the planners to the finance people, HR, everyone is in aviation. And when they're in there, they also develop an interest in getting into mainstream aviation. So the messaging is very, very critical. We engage aviation professionals from other careers within aviation to talk to the young people. We also should also reach out to the career counselors in our schools, our parents. These are the gatekeepers to our young people. We sell to them the idea of aviation training. Also holding aviation career fairs. My institution does quite a bit of that when we receive invitations from various organizations. The schools themselves, we have various entities, for example, Women in Aviation, YACA. When we get these invitations, it's good to go there and you impress upon the young people and people in other sectors to get into aviation.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. So there is need for us as members of aviation community to go tell others about aviation. Thank you for that. Our next presenter, this is Engineer Penina, will be looking at technological operations. How is the technology advancing and enabling the future aviators?
Thank you, Alex, and good afternoon. And interestingly, when I was asked to talk about the next generation, I bet it was a wake-up call that the other day they were talking about me as the next generation, and now I'm talking to the next generation. And that's the reality about life, that we have to live, and the next generation has to do better than we're doing. But that will only be possible if we prepare well and hand over a system that is working. And so information, when I went to college, I think only one guy had a textbook in our class, and we would all read from that book. But today, aviation information is available over the internet. We have numerous sources for someone to get any information about aviation. And so technology is one pathway that we must agree to embrace in impacting the next generation. There are different ways, and I think one of the ways that we have really embraced technology is when we use simulators for pilots. It has reduced a lot of costs during training pilots. So, the same concept can be used for the other careers in the aviation industry. And so, for example, for engineers, if you're to be trained to maintain an aircraft, and so if you have to remove and install different parts of an aircraft, it would be very expensive for a training school. But if we have a model, virtual reality, something the next generation easily interacts with, then they can be able to practice before they get to the field to ensure that they are competent by the time they leave school. It will go a long, long way in impacting the next generation. The other alternative, or the other item that we could use, artificial intelligence. Use data-driven decisions. Let the data tell you what is required to be done. A lot of the curriculums that we have are very traditional. They do not solve a direct problem. If it's driving a car, if it's flying, if it's troubleshooting, let's have the objective clear, that we have collected enough data to know, for example, if we want someone to maintain or to fly this type of aircraft, what is required from the training school. So, and we can only do that if we have valid data that will drive us to training this next generation to do the job that we want them to do. Then we have to make sure that the next generation is ready. We have, yes, the next generation, we have the young who have a lot of knowledge, but they lack the experience. And so that is where we come in, to bridge the knowledge they have and the experience that we have to be able to build a competent generation. For the generation that is next, but technology is overtaking them, we just have to know when to transition. When I started, I maintained aircraft. I do not have to stay there. Younger people are more energetic. They can be able to remove the engines, pull the jacks. I do not have that energy. But they lack something. They do not have the soft skills. So can we transition to impact that generation? They can do the harder task, but we have the soft skills. So taking advantage and creating platforms that they're able to interact with, where they can learn the right things to do. Last but not least, we can embrace recording the knowledge that we have. And these recordings can be used in different ways. Most of the greatest hindrance to this training or education is the cost. So sometimes you'll find someone, if EASA, for example, has a training, they'll probably send 2 or 3 engineers. But can you imagine if we recorded the trainings and created a screen and took it to Congo? they would be able to have the trainings in a class of 10, 20 people, and then they would be able to use the recordings over and over. And so for a state that is struggling with resources, you would have available training for the next generation. So my encouragement to you, let's use and leverage on technology to be able to impact the next generation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Penina. What we are learning is that the next generation can be the old who have been overtaken by the technology. There is a philosophy about continuous improvement, continuous training to ensure those people, they are relevant in the current condition and also in the future. We got our engineer here. He's going to tell us about changes in technology in terms of digital operations and how this digital or rather digital system can enable the future generation in aviation.
Okay, thank you very much. And also thank you for the presentation. I think from the presentation, it was very clear that initially we used to have theoretical training, whereby people could go through just the notes, but when they go to the industry, there was no good results. Then ICAO introduced the competence-based training, whereby it was basically to train on 3 things. That is the skills, the knowledge, and also to acquire the required attitude. And more emphasis has been put on the S, the skills, on the competence-based. That is whereby there was introduction of the practicals. And although it has been a challenge to most of the institutions because the equipment which are used for the practicals are expensive, but it is one idea whereby you can instill the technology which is required. Now to come to the question about some of the digital skills which are needed by the current aviation experts. One of them is about cybersecurity. You know, with the networking of systems, there is always that attack, which is usually imminent, and we need to instill that skill when you are training to our next aviation professionals. And I'm very happy, KCAA saw it very good that tomorrow there's a presentation about cyber security and the challenges. The other skill which is needed by the current aviation professionals is the data analytics skills. The use of raw data to predict the future. And that data has been used mostly in maintenance, whereby you can collect data about an aircraft parts of an equipment, and you can predict when the equipment will fail. And this one you can do the predictive maintenance. And this one has improved the safety. The other skill which is also needed in our professionals is about automation. Nowadays, when I was employed several years back, it used to be very, very analog. You could go to a radar system, you open everything using screwdrivers. Nowadays, you need to go just with a laptop, just to be able to troubleshoot that equipment. So it is key that when instilling the skills, automation is very, very key. The other issue has been mentioned about the AI, whereby let us use the AI for research and not to replace our thinking and our research with the AI. The other skill which we need is about digital communication. You know very well, nowadays, most of the systems, you don't use the digital systems. You use the satellite-based systems. So our current professionals, the next professionals, they need these skills about the digital communication to know how different systems interrelate and how you can use satellite-based systems. The other skill which is needed by the next professional is about skills about softwares. As I said, those days you could troubleshoot something by using the analog meters and the conventional ways. But nowadays, it is just about software, it is about commands. You troubleshoot a system by just running a software, by running different commands. And if you don't instill these skills to the future generations, it will be very, very, very difficult for them to survive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Elijah, for those good remarks. So skill development is very, very important. ICAO gives a phase of training. So there is phase 1, which is knowledge, phase 2, skill, and phase 3, experience for you to be a competent aviator. Now, the next generation aviators, they are those who also keep time. So we want to return this to the Secretariat for them to share our few minutes remaining with the future generation aviators.
Dr. Alex, the current and former future generation of aviators. I'll allow a question or two from the congregation. Ooh. So this is what we'll do. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have the board member will be the last one. So very quick, the board member will conclude. Let me start from the others behind there. 1, 2, 3, and then we go there. So wait. Apollo, go ahead.
Mine was not really a question. It's a challenge to us in the room. My name is Apollo Mondembo from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. We talk so much about the next generation of aviation professionals. So my challenge is, at our own capacity, what are we doing about bringing up the next generation of aviation professionals inside our homes, within our families? What do we do in terms of decision making? Like, how many did we want to come into this symposium? How many did we invite? How many did we take to the last ICAO assembly? So we want to train that kind of leadership, but as decision makers, what are we doing in our own capacity? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I want to ride on what Apollo has just given us as a concern. So mine is just to ask, how can organizations move beyond talking about succession planning and actively create pathways for young leadership in aviation? So that's my first question. And then the other one is, what role should regulators, training organizations play in ensuring that young professionals are not only trained, but also heard? Because I know we have somebody from EASA, so maybe they can answer that for me. And finally, is this is just a suggestion. In future, could we also include young, I'm not saying you're old, please. But could we have a few young aviators, upcoming aviators, as part of the panel so that they can also give us the challenges that they are facing in accessing, the industry? I think it would be nice to hear from the young aviators, just so that we can have objective discussions. So I think my challenge, and I echo what he said, we need to see the faces of the young people seated in panels like that and discussing objectively what challenges they are facing, and also we can also learn from them, because remember, they are growing up in a very digital environment, and how can we integrate, because they've grown up in that environment. So for us, we're talking about technology, but there's a lot we can learn from the young people. So in future, a suggestion, let's have the young people as part of the panel as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gidai?
Thank you very much. Gidai Mwaniki, AATO. Kind comment to my good sister. We did, as an organization, make a request to be in this panel, but it was not approved. We are the ones on the ground, and we feel the pain. So I take it from you. We did request, but bureaucracy, being bureaucracy, that's why we are not there. But we did request, and it was in writing. First is to commend this forum. This is a good forum, but let us be more participative, because as you can see there, that whole panel is KCA. You are part of us, but let's work together. First is to tell you that we have a challenge in terms of the CASSOA system. the examination system has been upgraded, but we have a challenge in terms of the standard that is being implemented from country to country. And when the standard is put as one, we find that sometimes Kenya feels like it's lowering its standard. So we need to ensure that the CASSOA system benchmarks with the global standard so that we move forward. Second and lastly is that we also have a challenge on the lack of harmonization. As we advise the next generation, we find that there's a huge lack of harmonization in the standard. We have the KCAA standard in terms of the ATOs which are approved, which primarily is flying schools. Then we have the challenge of IATA recognized training centers, and then we have now the challenge of TVETA. Where can we get as a state to ensure we harmonize and get an effective standard that will cover everyone, right from engineering, right from pilot training, including even tertiary training, because we have a huge gap in that sector. I don't think this forum is enough to address that, but if you can just give a hint, we will really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one last question in that corner. Yes. There was one that corner. Mercy. Thank you.
Jambo, I'm Mercy Macau, the president and founder of the Young Aviators Club of Africa. And the people who have spoken before me have brought up some very pertinent points. I would like to say confidently that the African youth are ready. Across our continent, young people are literally building drones in classrooms, garages, and they are creating aviation clubs in schools and universities. They are learning flight simulation online. They are researching sustainable aviation and aerospace technologies. They are volunteering in aviation programs and innovating despite limited access to funding, infrastructure, mentorship, and opportunities. Passion is here. Curiosity is here. Potential is undeniable. As we discuss empowering the future workforce for safe, sustainable, connected skies, my intention is to positively contribute to this discussion. While these questions are directed to the distinguished panelists, I would like all of us in this room to genuinely reflect on them. Ladies and gentlemen, because the Africa future for workforce will not emerge by chance, it must be intentionally developed. My question to the panel is this: if we were to honestly assess the state of youth empowerment in African aviation today, using measurable indicators rather than good intentions, policy papers, and conference discussion, would we truly say we are doing enough? How many young people are we intentionally mentoring? How many structured pathways truly exist for inspiration to the industry? How many aviation opportunities are created and are accessible to the youth outside major cities and privileged backgrounds? How many states have scalable, funded, and measurable strategies for aviation youth development? And if these systems are not yet in place, then are we genuinely preparing the next generation, or are we merely inspiring them without creating room for them to thrive? Because inspiration without access eventually becomes frustration, and this we are seeing in many of our young professionals. Another question, and this I would like us to reflect on, is this: 10 years from now, ladies and gentlemen, what evidence will exist that proves that these conversations, like this symposium, genuinely transformed the future workforce pipeline in African aviation? Will we see more African pilots, engineers, drone pilots, researchers, safety experts? Will Africa become a producer of aviation innovation and talent, or will we continue depending heavily on systems and technologies developed elsewhere? Lastly, from a youth perspective, and I speak for over 60,000 youth, African youth are not asking for favors. They are asking for opportunity. They are ready to learn. They are ready to innovate and ready to lead. They are ready to contribute to safe, sustainable, and connected skies. So the real question is, are our institutions, government, regulators, airlines, and industry leaders ready to intentionally trust, mentor, finance, and nurture the talent at scale? And lastly, please.
Might need to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for cutting you short. We need to get this going. I know the issue of next generation aviation tech professionals is a very passionate one. We had one last question from board member Luke. For the panelists can take, I'll hijack your panel. 2 minutes each. Respond.
Thank you, Lawrence. Mine is actually more of a challenge than a question. Thank you, Alex, for the very eye-opening presentation. It was a very elaborative one indeed. Someone once said that if you want to hide something from an African, you hide it in a book. And because I think the notion then was that not many people would read it. Now, no, there are quite a number of older generation, like myself and many others.
To leadership positions.
In leadership positions, or those even who have retired. They have a lot of knowledge and experience in aviation, and this knowledge will just go into the other side without being passed on to the next generation. How I wish
opportunities
that we encourage those people who have got a good amount of knowledge and experience to write books for the next generation. That way we will ensure that there is continuity. And also along with that, we should encourage our children not just to be TikTok readers, but we inculcate our, our children, now our grandchildren, to be to develop that reading culture in them. And also, we could also translate whatever we are writing into ebooks, so that those who wish to read on their phones can also pick it from there. So my challenge is for my generation to write books for the current and next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, board member. I think that's about knowledge management within the aviation system, how the knowledge we have can be retained. So 2 minutes each, the panelists.
Thank you very much for those questions and comments. They're indeed very, very important. Just to touch on two of the areas that have come up on the issue of parents and also as decision makers. What are we doing in as far as NGAP is concerned? And that's really a challenge to all of us. What messaging are we sharing with our young people? Do we take them to career fairs where they can get the exposure? At EASA specifically, in the past we have had an open day where we invite both parents and students who would be interested in aviation, and we invite speakers from the industry within KCAA, of course, KCAA, and from the operator sector. And this has worked out very well, because when you look at the application forms, you will see a student giving you a reason why they chose a particular career. You might have a relative, a brother, a cousin who is in the industry. Expose that child to them. Let them visit an airport. If you have an opportunity for them to to fly to Mombasa, why not, if you are able to? And that is the exposure that is needed. And for us not to discourage them. And then in terms of how we train our young people and we give them a chance to give us feedback, to speak out, to tell us how they would like to be trained. That, again, we try to do that in our institution. For example, after every course, we get feedback from our students, and it is unanimous, and not unanimous, anonymous, so to speak. So the instructor will not know who is giving the comment. But for us, we believe that feedback is a gift. We also have our student leaders whom we train. We have class representatives, and they tell us just exactly what they are feeling, how they would like to be trained, what is working for them, and what is not. And when you listen and comply, then you find that you are making progress as far as training for the NGAP is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your questions. I'll try and summarize, but I want to throw the challenge on encouraging people to join aviation, because I'll tell you, children learn from observing. And if you're in a career that they seem to feel that it disadvantages your presence at home, they will not choose that career. So what message are we sending? Are we overlooking home and spending more time at work? So work-life balance will go a long way in encouraging those close to us to join the industry. The other bits I have with mentorship. I'll tell you, aviation is men-heavy, is masculine. But most of the programs we have Women in Aviation International, we have women in maintenance, and I've attended one of the International Women in Aviation conference, and I've seen many men supporting the ladies there to send the message to the girls. We have Girls in Aviation Day, where we celebrate the girl and teach the girl what aviation is all about. And we have many of your supporters here. I personally mentor both young men and women, but I'll tell you my biggest challenge is when I ask men to accompany me when I'm going to a boys' school. They are not available. So for the men, please, hold the boy child. We need a healthy generation. The girl child, we will hold. Who will hold the boy child? So, and I know I have 2 minutes, so let me just conclude by saying, I did a research sometime last year between university college students and the industry, and the message was clear. The curriculum, by the time the graduate comes from universities, they are confident they know what to do. From the employer, they need 6 to 2 years to equip the person to do the job independently. And that's the reality of what we're giving the next generation. You're all here and you can influence policy. ICAO has guidance on competency-based training. Can we build training curriculums that support that? That by the time a young man, young woman is leaving university or college, they are just going to gain experience. They're already aligned to the career that they will go and practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yamidanga.
Okay, thank you very much. I think most of the questions was mostly a challenge to all of us. How do we improve these young people? But let me say something about the training directorate of KCAA, the EASA. What are we doing? One is we have a very big innovation club at EASA, whereby the young guys who are doing aeronautical engineering, they are encouraged to come with innovations. Like now they are doing presentations, and one of them is is ready to go and present in another forum, whereby they have come up with a tracking system where wherever you have a network, maybe from Safaricom, Airtel, you'll be able to track any aircraft in any remote area. So we are encouraging them to come with innovations. Another thing we usually do is to encourage talks. We usually bring people from the industry. They come, they share with them what is the life ahead, what are you required to do. And also from EASA, we also go to even to the young ones at the schools to give them a talk, to encourage them to join also aviation, and also what to do in order for us also to mentor them. The other thing is usually, and that is for all of us, is about partnership. You know, aviation training is usually very expensive because for you to train maybe an aeronautical engineer, you need those simulators, you know, those engines. If you don't partner with the industry, and that is one thing which we have been doing to partner with the industry, such that the young professionals, they can go for attachment, that is a real practical assignments, and also internship and all that. The other thing we do at the EASA is to prepare these young professionals such that when they go out, they are usually very, very marketable. And I can tell you, most of them, they just call you, they tell you, I'm in Dubai. After we finished, our certificates were recognized worldwide. And what we do is just to continue training and revising our trainings, because aviation training, you know, is very dynamic. Today, it is changing every time, and it is up to us to be able to be up with the times in order to have those programs. Lastly is an issue which has been overlooked most of the times, which is usually the soft skills. Most of the people in aviation, maybe they are controllers, they are CNS engineers, they are aeronautical engineers, they lack the soft skills. Because when you go there, most of the times, most people, they are very weak when it comes to issues like communication. You cannot be a team player if you cannot communicate. We also teach them about problem solving, how to solve problems when they go out there, such that when they leave our institution, they are wholesome. They are able to have the knowledge, the skills, and they are also able to navigate in the ever-changing aviation. Because mostly what is required is not the operational skills. It is the technology-driven skills. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists. Now, for the interest of time, I will not want to say what has already been said, but now allow me to put now the hat of a regulator, and I want to talk on behalf of KCASSOA and on behalf of other authorities. For example, when it comes to engineering and other aspects of globalization, KCASSOA and other authorities, we have developed a concept of harmonization. Presentation has been done since morning. We mentioned about harmonization, whereby it's up to the state to pick up what KCASSOA has developed in terms of engineering and other aspects. We normally conduct collaborative conferences and workshops. As a regulator, Civil Aviation Authority now, we've conducted several online and physical presentations where we invite all aviators to come. Much that I'm biased into engineering, we've had physical and online. Lastly, I want to say that the Civil Aviation Authority Kenya, there is a collaborative aspect going on between the Civil Aviation Authority and TVETA-SIDAC, whereby in the month of June, we will be meeting with TVETA-SIDAC, and we are selling the idea of aircraft maintenance engineering certification so that it can be done from the grassroots. Remember, while I was doing the presentation, I did mention with regard to having a mindset in the curricula from the word go. So that now when these young people join school, they'll be able to learn what is expected. Research has been done several times. There is a paper I wrote, it's called Link or Mislink Between the Industry and the academia. The paper is available online. It's all about trying to link. We have discussed with the Council of Education in Kenya, and we'll be having a meeting soon at the Civil Aviation Authority with all training organizations, anybody teaching aviation in Kenya in that matter, to be able to ask them, why are you teaching what is not applicable in Kenya today, for example, and by extension in East Africa. We got PDF engineers, as I did say earlier, where they do structural and other things in the universities, and they come out after 5 years, they are not able to fit. That happens also with even civil aviation management trainings, whereby they finish and they come, but they don't have anywhere to join in the industry. So we are doing more of standardization as a regulator in collaboration with KCASSOA to ensure these things are done. And now lastly, in terms of the other aspect, what we were talking about earlier about a book from my senior engineer, Luke, who is also part of my mentors while I was still joining the aviation industry. Yes, we are doing papers, and also we are doing a book in terms of how to enable or rather to close these gaps that are happening in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, this aspect of next generation in aviation is not a concept of the authority. It is a concept of a collaborative aspect. It's not KASSOA, it's not KCAA, RCA, or UCA, or whatever it is. It is a collective aspect that you as an employer, you as an ATO, you as an AMO, or whatever you do, you must work in collaborative. Because, for example, the CAA will not have where to have placement of these people. Is the AMO or the airline who will be able to give these people opportunity. Much that we have people who join the aviation authorities for attachment, but you'll agree with me, one of the slides was about hands-on experience, which can only be gathered if they go to the industry itself. So sustainability in aviation in terms of education can only be attained if we stop talking of sustainability, but training for it. Thank you, Banarores.
Thank you so much. This is a very interesting topic, and as we come to the end of it, I can just summarize what I've gathered. The issue about next generation aviation professionals is around interest. Interest of who wants to be the next generation of aviation professional. Training opportunities and costs, training methods that align to the next generation of aviation professionals, and then absorption, development, and mentoring. Then how do we deal with knowledge retention and documentation? As we come to the end of this panel, allow me to do something extraordinary, ask two people, 1 minute each, to respond to some of the questions that came from the floor. One will be Masha from KASSOA to address issues of that were asked about this panel, and then my co-MC, Ano, will answer something before we conclude. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, MC. My name is Masha Mweni. I deal with these matters at the agency, KASSOA. One of the questions that was raised was about how many people that each one of us could have sponsored or could have enlightened about this symposium. When we actually sent out the information about this symposium, and particularly when the year began, the very first 100 people to register, about between 30 to 40 were actually young people. And how did we know this? We knew because of they actually wrote emails to us asking about whether we as the agency could sponsor them to come for this. Whereas we were not able to do that. 10 of them, out of those about 40, 10 of them actually wrote back and said that they couldn't actually make it because they couldn't get funding. So in terms of way forward, maybe one of the ways is that in future symposiums maybe would politely recommend that we have a number of sponsorship from partner states of the youth coming into the symposium, so that one of the things that one of my sisters who was giving her remarks we actually take care of that, so that the awareness now grows because of that. So there's an issue of a sponsorship that clearly is coming up. So I think that one will take it up and then see how we go forward from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, COMC. The other issue was about how some question data bank being lowered in standards. That is not the fact. Actually, our standards are international, and we have actually the service providers around here, which are international standards used everywhere in the world. Many countries in Europe and Africa are using the same, and the pool of experts meets always to make sure these standards are adhered to at the highest level possible. And there are so many, there's a lot of funds that CASSOA puts in to make sure those standards are upheld at the highest level possible. I submit.
Thank you so much, Arno. As I welcome the panelists for a photo and an appreciation, I also want to acknowledge from what Engineer Luke had said, we should document what we know. I want to also, I don't know whether we have it, one of the panel moderator, Dr. Alex Gesure, has actually published a book, Beyond Blame, on aviation safety culture. So as we acknowledge them, let's applaud Dr. Alex for his efforts of documenting aviation knowledge for the future generation. Let's appreciate our panelists.
Amour rendra ma veuve vivant. Mon amour, tue-moi une bonne fois, Adolphe. Papa Naléli, réponds-moi, pardon chérie. Cimetière réservé,
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I know time is of the essence, and we have an exciting program towards the end of today. So allow me at this juncture to welcome Ms. Chinga Matsetse to the floor. She'll be making a presentation to us. She is the Regional Officer of Environment and Aeronautical Meteorology at the ICAO Eastern and Southern Africa Office, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Prior to this, she was the Environmental Protectionist Specialist at the South African Civil Aviation Authority. She joined ICAO in 2019, and in this role, she supports 24 member states in implementing ICAO standards and recommended practices to environmental protection and meteorology. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much. I know I'm standing between the tea break and the closing, so I'm going to try to do the presentation in the shortest time possible. My presentation is going to be on one of the ICAO strategic goals on environmental protection. And we're going to look at what ICAO has done when it comes to environmental protection and what this means for the aviation sector. Not sure if the clicker is working. Next slide, please. So I want to take you back to the beginning. How did ICAO start looking at environmental protection? So it started back then, the first aircraft, the first flight with the Wright brothers, and the first environmental issue that was raised was on aircraft noise. That was back around 1911. That's when we had the first recorded aircraft noise complaint. And this resulted in ICAO looking into what can be done to help curb this problem of environmental noise. So the first thing that ICAO and this member state looked at for environmental protection was aircraft noise, and we had ICAO Annex 16, Volume 1, and which also came up around 1971 and highlighted the balanced approach to aircraft noise management. And a lot of work has been done. There's been so many amendments to this volume that to date, aircraft of today are at least quieter and make less noise compared to the aircraft that were there. And this certification of this aircraft is done in accordance to the certification requirements contained in Annex 16, Volume 1. Next slide, please. And then when we were looking at the aircraft noise issues, we thought we are done. Then later on, people started complaining about emissions. So the next thing that ICAO looked at for environmental protection was on engine emissions. And this affected the local air quality around airports, because most of these emissions would be deposited during the landing and takeoff cycle. So this resulted in the second volume of Annex 16, and that was around 1981. So now environmental protection had 2 volumes. And also a lot of work has been done when it comes to having more fuel-efficient engines. And work is still ongoing within ICAO on this. And in 1981 were the emissions. And then we were quiet for a while. 1981, we thought we had sorted everything in aviation. We sorted the noise issues, we sorted the emissions issues. There was nothing wrong. Then, before 1981, 1972, the world had the Stockholm Convention, the first meeting that was held that spoke about environmental protection. And then later on, we had the Rio Earth Summit as well, which brought in the Kyoto Protocol and climate change issues. So as the aviation sector, we also had to find what is really happening when it comes to climate change. What are the impacts of aviation on climate change? So we did a study with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, and this study is the one that mentioned that aviation contributes 2% to the global climate issues that we have. So if you also look at the region, the different examples of climate issues that have been arising, the flooding of airports you see here. Back then, we had flights being directed by Kenya Airways. We also had a severe tropical storm, Elena, that caused some closure of some airports. And because of this, in 2010, ICAO and its member states came up with what we call state action plans. This is a document that states develop to inform ICAO of the measures that they've implemented to reduce carbon dioxide emissions from international aviation. And this document is supposed to be reviewed every 3 years and updated every 3 years. So now we are looking at climate change. So we have aircraft noise, emissions, climate change issues related to the state action plans. To date in the region, we have 18 states out of 24 in the Eastern and Southern African ICAO region that have developed action plans. For the KCAA partner states, out of the 8, we are only left with 2, and we believe one of those states will be submitting the action plan soon. So this is the document now that we use to see what is happening, and we use that information to measure. So this was 2010. Time went on. 6 years later, the Assembly in 2016 adopted what we call the CASSOA, which stands for Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation. And this is applicable to specific airlines that fit the scope of CASSOA. And this CASSOA was also contributing to the basket of measures that was mentioned in the action plans. And with the CASSOA now, we had now Annex 16, Volume 4. So we now have 4 volumes of Annex 16. And we have been monitoring, reporting, using the monitoring and reporting and verification data that we have been receiving from the states as the airlines were submitting this information. So that was 2016. Then fast forward, also thought, okay, the whole sector is looking at net zero emissions targets and goals. We also came up with the long-term aspirational goal of net zero carbon emissions from international aviation by 2050. And with this LTEC goal, with the study that was done, it actually realized that the most important element that we need to reach this goal is to use sustainable aviation fuels. Hence you see the hype and the talking about, oh, this airline has flown on a SAF, certification standards on SAF, etc. So a lot of work has been done on the LTEC, and this also resulted in the introduction of one of our ACT programs. We have a number of ACT programs in ICAO. ACT stands for Assistance, Capacity Building and Training, and this specific one is on SAF. So with this, we have done what we call feasibility studies, where we engage a consultant, we get support from, for example, the European Union and other individual states like the Netherlands, Italy, etc., to support our member states. And from the KCAA partner states, a number of studies have been done already. I'm just showing you a few here. Rwanda, there was a feasibility study done, also a business implementation study that was done that will be published soon. Kenya had both the feasibility study and business implementation study, and Uganda just recently completed a feasibility study to check whether there's potential for SAF production in the country. So a lot of work is happening in this. And just to summarize all our achievements, you can actually see that we are, in terms of environment, a lot of work is ongoing, and we will expect to be working together with our member states, the industry, and other partners. So from 2010 all the way to 2025, where we had the assembly last year, you can see all the work that we have done when it comes to environment. Also to highlight, in 2023, we had the vision during our CAF3 on reducing CO2 emissions by 5% by 2030 using aviation cleaner energies, which include SAF and other cleaner energies like hydrogen, low carbon aviation fuels, etc. The most highlights that we got from the assembly when it comes to environment are 4 things. The first one is the adoption of sources that we will use to measure, sources of data to measure our achievement towards LTEC. So LTEC achievement does not assign specific responsibilities or requirements per state, but we say, everybody, you can contribute in your own capacities in national circumstances, and we are going to be looking at the state action plans, the sources of data, a number of tracker tools that we have. We also looked at harmonizing regulatory frameworks. If someone wants to develop SAF in a specific country, the standards that they need should be the same and should be aligned to the Annex 16, Volume 4 standards for certification of sustainable aviation fuels. And the third thing that we look at was the importance of capacity building and financing. We cannot do SAF or say we will have SAF. It requires a huge financial investment. So from our side, we have quite a number of things that we are looking at, including the Finvest Hub that was launched, where developers or states can submit project proposals that promote SAF production in the country. We also have the ACT programs here. You can see a number of them: ACT SAF, ACT COSIA, ACT LTEC, which is also coming. We'll be sharing more information on it. And lastly, the Assembly looked at looking at the COSIA as the only global market-based measures. We know there are a lot of carbon taxes that have been levies that have been introduced by states, and the Assembly agreed that the COSIA is the only global market-based measure that should be used for international aviation. In addition to that, the Assembly also looked at the issuance of letters of authorization, where in a country, if you have projects that can generate emissions units that can be used by COSIA, you need to issue what we call a letter of authorization under the UNFCCC to allow airlines to be able to purchase those emissions units. I'll be able to share more information on this offline to those that are interested. And next milestones, where are we going? Are we going to stop these environment things, or they are here to stay? So in 2028, we are looking at our CAF4 meeting. 2030, we are looking at whether we have met that vision of reducing our CO2 emissions by 5% using aviation cleaner energies. And then in 2032, we have a special assembly focusing on the COSIA. Currently, Annex 16, Volume 4 on COSIA is up to 2035. So the special assembly, special review in 2032 would determine the fate of COSIA, whether we are going to continue, whether we are going to amend, or whether we are going to end it. And then we, depending on what happens in 2035, we still have our long-term aspirational goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Just to end, I have this presentation, short presentation, that just summarizes everything that I've spoken about. There's a sound to the
shared responsibility towards the environment. Under the International Civil Aviation Organization's, ICAO's leadership, unprecedented progress was made in the last triennium, adopting the long-term global aspirational goal, LTAG, of net zero emissions by 2050, and the global aspirational vision to reduce CO2 emissions in international aviation by 5% by 2030 using cleaner energies. Achieving the LTAG requires progress across a basket of measures. Aircraft technologies can reduce emissions by 21%. ICAO's Technologies Tracker monitors emerging technologies, including electric and hydrogen-powered aircraft. More stringent CO2 emission standards are developed and updated by the ICAO Committee on Aviation Environmental Protection, CAPE. Operational measures can cut emissions by 11%. ICAO's Global Air Navigation Plan sets the framework for operational improvements, while the Aviation System Block Upgrade helps enhance air navigation systems. Aviation clean energies have the greatest potential, up to 55% emissions reduction. With the adoption of the ICAO Global Framework for Sustainable Aviation Fuels, SAF, Lower Carbon Aviation Fuels, LCAF, and other aviation cleaner energies, progress should be accelerated across its 4 building blocks of policy and planning, regulatory framework, implementation support, and financing. ICAO's Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, CORSIA, is the global market-based measure for international aviation to complement the achievement of carbon-neutral growth from 2020. It requires operators of participating states to offset their CO2 emissions using CORSIA-eligible emissions units, or CORSIA-eligible fuels. CORSIA participation has grown to 130 states for 2026, boosting its environmental integrity. The 2025 CORSIA review confirms it is on track and proceeding as anticipated. Offsetting requirements is expected to apply to 2024 emissions, marking a new chapter. Host country attestation is important to enable access to CORSIA-eligible emissions units, while the accelerated supply of CORSIA-eligible fuels is crucial for the scheme's robust implementation and for the achievement of ICAO vision and the LTAG. Through more than 150 state action plans being submitted to ICAO, states outline plans to reduce international aviation emissions. Together with ICAO tracker tools and annual stock-taking events, the LTAG monitoring and reporting methodology allows progress monitoring, sharing of best practice, and capacity building. ICAO actively rolls out extensive capacity building initiatives, such as ACT-SAF and ACT-CORSIA programs. The 2025 ICAO Environmental Report provides stakeholders with further information. Substantial financing is needed to drive implementation. ICAO has established the Finvest Hub and is exploring other initiatives. Ensuring financing resources for aviation decarbonization is crucial to realize LTAG. Yet recurring and overlapping external proposals targeting aviation for climate financing will hinder aviation decarbonization and affect socioeconomic development. Beyond decarbonization, the aviation sector is advancing other environmental aspects. With growing interest in non-CO2 aviation emissions, the first ICAO Symposium in 2024 fostered international understanding and explored mitigation pathways. Plastic pollution is another global challenge that aviation should play its part. The ICAO Eco Airport Toolkit on single-use plastics guides aviation stakeholders in plastic management. ICAO also collaborates with other UN agencies and stakeholders in climate change adaptation, forest firefighting, and biodiversity. Launched in 2020, the ICAO Flying Forest Firefighting Dialogue facilitates this collaborative approach. The 42nd ICAO Assembly concluded with its strongest signal yet on environmental protection. This time, there was overwhelming support for the environmental resolutions, a powerful signal that the aviation sector is not just walking the talk, but truly flying the talk. Recognition and strong support for ACT-CORSIA, ACT-SAF, and the Finvest Hub underscore ICAO's role in equipping states to achieve the LTAG. The Assembly also advanced work on noise, air quality, and non-CO2 effects, while calling for strengthened efforts on resilience, adaptation, and circular economy practices. These outcomes affirm the aviation sector is united in action, fully committed to achieving net zero by 2050. The last triennium marked a period of action, advancing progress across all environmental aspects. Keeping up this momentum is crucial. Working together under ICAO, the international aviation sector can sustain this momentum to achieve its goals and advance environmental protection.
Thank you very much. And just to conclude, I'd just like to leave you with one message sustainable development has 3 pillars: the economic side, the social side, and the environment side. So we look forward to working with you on the environment pillar. And thank you very much as well to KCAA for supporting us in our environmental initiatives. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the last presenter of the day, Mr. Francis Mwangi, who is an accomplished environmental expert and the Principal Planning Officer at Kenya Civil Aviation Authority with over 19 years of experience in environmental and aviation policy. He has been instrumental in implementing strategies and measures for reducing greenhouse gases in the Kenyan aviation sector. Welcome, Bwana Francis.
Good evening. I'm happy to be in front of you to share the experience for Kenya on how we have, as Chinga has explained, as a state is the implementation on the measures that we have implementing. Mainly we are looking on how the aviation is being handled at Kenyan perspective. First, as you can see, the aviation status, currently Kenya, we have more than 50 scheduled carriers that are operating in Kenya that are doing both the charter and scheduled. And as you can see, how the distribution of the major international airport is distributed in the current map. And you can see we have also different continent we play in the world. As per the SAF, you can see currently in 2024 we imported about 1.2 million metric tons of Jet A1. Of that, about 1 million was spent in Kenya, but about 300 was re-exported to our neighboring country. So here is where we are saying any measures you are doing, we are doing it with the theme of today in a regional approach, that whatever you do is not only for one country, but you do it as a region. As you see the traffic for Kenya, since COVID-19, right now the traffic has grown. We are doing more than 13 million passenger traffic. And the cargo, as you can see, we are also doing substantial cargo uplift. And as my predecessor had said, the expansion of the airport from the 7.5 million, the current capacity for JKIA, it's already beyond what was installed. And you can see as we do traffic, as my predecessor Chinga has said, more emission is also cost. And that's why you have to have measure on how to reduce. So in terms of Kenya SAF progress, we started in 2018 with a feasibility study with the support through ICAO, and we have EU. Sasa, that one was under ICAO EU assistance project. The study showed that there is potential for SAF production in Kenya by use of used cooking oil, castor seed, taro, and also we had also waste, municipal waste. As a result of that, we continued doing 2022 capacity building, and with that, we had other companies like Eni taking the initiative. They're already exporting some of the feedstock to Italy, to Sicily refinery, which is being refined there. 2023, we continued with the process, and this is where in May 2023, we had Kenya Airways doing one of the first batch flight from Kenya to Amsterdam as one of the test flight progress. In 2024, we progressed this by forming Kenya SAF Steering Committee that have been doing this initiative. And as a result of that, in 2025, we got funding through the ICAO and the government of Kingdom of Netherlands, where we did the study on Mombasa refinery on how we can repurpose. And this report was published in December 2025, which is open. And the Kenyan SAF Steering Committee is formed with 6 thematic areas. We have the part dealing with finance, because this is one of the critical issues. The finance, then also we are looking in terms of socioeconomic benefit, and also the policy. Already this one we have progressed. We have revised the energy policy for Kenya. Energy policy 2025-2035 have already included sustainable aviation fuel. And the other task we were supposed to do is the study on Mombasa refinery. This study have already been completed. I will explain further. The other one we are doing now is feedstock sourcing. How do we ensure that we aggregate this feedstock in a regional approach, not only Kenyan? And the last one is to ensure that all this is done in a coordinated approach through a SAF roadmap.
progress this. So as you can see from 2018, the first study, all these are the studies which have already been done. We have currently 4 key studies which have been done, which are open, anyone can read. The first one under ICAO EU study 2018 that showed potential on the feedstock availability. 2025, we had Fueling African Flight, which was done by World Bank. This one showed Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, South Africa, and Morocco has the potential of producing SAF through HEFA and also ATJ. In 2025, also, we did this business implementation with the assistant ICAO, which have also, again, showed Kenya has the potential to repurpose the old refinery for using waste, used cooking oil. And the latest 2026, we have also done a pre-feasibility study on power to liquid. This is the use of hydrogen. This was done through the support of GIZ. And this has a lot of potential because of the geothermal we have at Naivasha. Already there is already some company now already investing in the energy park, which is an export processing zone. And we found that if you were to set also a refinery there, we can also be able to produce another form of energy through the power to liquid pathway. So in terms of the feedstock, the study showed various feedstock, which the key one being used cooking oil, taro, we have municipal waste. Also, we have a lot of land. You can see that's aside land, which we can be able to be used to be grown. Like yellow lianda is also another feedstock that is growing anywhere in marginal land and can be collected for use. So we are saying currently we have about the documented feedstock, we have about 44 feedstock in Kenya that can be used to be grown without any potential interfering with the food security. And currently this is what some like Eni is growing in Makueni. They are already doing castor seed, and which is already being exported to Italy after it's being grown. So key achievement I was saying is in terms of the policy, there is already a policy now supporting the development of sustainable aviation fuel in Kenya, which is anchored in the whole energy policy as one of the energy mix. Because when we are saying sustainable aviation fuel, it is not only sustainable aviation fuel we also produce biodiesel, which is also used to the road transport. The other key item we have been doing in collaboration with the EU, we have EU project, which is also supporting under ACSAF. We have been hosting a meeting and workshop that have been steering and creating more awareness. And also now the study which I had already explained that development of the business implementation as at latest this week. And my colleague from Kenya Airways can attest, he is there at the back, Isaac Mwangi. There was a signing now by Kenya Airways and Lubis Kenya of developing a refinery for biofuel, which we hope is one of the potential progress. And also we have other companies. The other one is the use of the old refinery. As I said, we did the study, and you can see in the chart, only thing we need to fix to be able to produce, we need just to install a new steam, a distillation water, and also a HEFA plant, feedstock pretreatment, and hydrogen production. Then you link with all the other facility, because already we have the pipeline, we have the railway to be able, which is linked to all airport. And you can see the other graph on the end, it's linked all the way to the border of Uganda. So if we extend that pipeline, as we have been exporting through the pipeline, we are able to sort in terms of using, without any facility, additional facility being installed. So we are saying breading can be done for Jet A1, because at the end of the day, SAF, when it is mixed, it meets all the ASTM 1655 standard. There will be no any change in the conventional of the SAF, as Chinga had explained. So we are saying there is potential, and this is the cost. If you were to do the Mombasa refinery and using some of the asset, we were to use about $407 million. And this one, we are supposed to do about 6,500 barrels per day. So it's a big refinery. But if you were to go to the power to liquid, it's about $2,400 million, which is more expensive because of the requirement. But you can see the benefit, the minimum price, the CO2 abatement cost. As Singa has said, you find use of SAF, we are abating emission by 55%. So there is a benefit on that. So in terms of that, SAF is also linked with COSIA. Those airlines that are also using sustainable aviation can claim the carbon credit by use of COSIA, provided the SAF is produced from COSIA eligible fuel. And you can see for Kenya, we have been monitoring since inception from 2019, the monitoring up to now. Already we are now populating the 2025 data for COSIA emission for those airlines that are meeting the emission requirement of over 10,000 tons per year. So in terms of key benefit that we are looking here is an environmental benefit in terms of GHG emission, job creation, the whole value chain. There is a lot of job creation from the farmer, from the logistic, all the way to the refinery. Then there is also reducing reliance on fossil fuel import. With the current issues within the Strait of Hormuz, those who are already doing the biofuel, this was a game changer because they are able, like Brazil, they are able to use already their own biofuel without depending on imported fuel. So we are saying this one is also a next stage. We look at it in a holistic, from a regional approach, because here we are EAC. How do we ensure the dependence as we progress this project? So also access to international climate finance and carbon markets. That's why from the SASA project, also I think there is that support for environment, and also skill development and knowledge transfer, and core benefit in waste management, soil improvement, and circular economy. So at the end of the day, what we need to progress is feedstock strategy to ensure to meet the refinery, market and offtake strategy. Already Kenya Airways has moved aside. They have already committed to take 10% if it is produced locally. So if in this room, if you have self-produced, Isaac is there, ready to sign and uplift on October. October is a date, they have a date they want to do locally produced uplift in Kenya, provided it's produced in Kenya. Then we have financial planning and risk management, engineering of the facility have shown they are missing, and also looking at other policies which are missing, and this one will lead to the development of biofuel. And this one cannot be done without collaboration and partnership. So these are all the members we have been collaborating. There is the airline, the pipeline, the fuel marketer, the academia. You can see there is IATA, ICAO. So you find all members are required here. So everyone has a chance within the whole value chain, from the farmer all the way to uptake, including corporate. And this one we are saying in a regional approach is not just decarbonization. As Chinga is saying, there is also the socio-economic benefit. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, I'd like to welcome any questions for our presenters. 1 or 2, if there are any. Going once? Okay, I see a hand there. Any other? Okay, ushers, let's get the mic down there.
Thank you, CASSOA, for this wonderful symposium, and thank you all attendants. I would like to start my submission with 2 questions. The first question is, if I asked who is in charge of aviation safety globally, I would get a very specific answer. Everybody would say ICAO through their wonderful standard and recommended practices. But if I went on to my second question, and this is who is in charge of sustainability, I'm not sure I'll get any answer. Because the fact is, there is no global agency in charge of sustainability. Instead, it is being looked at by several agencies, and each of these agencies is setting up their own deadlines. For example, ICAO would like net zero emissions by 2050. Whereas EASA has a different deadline. I'm not sure if CASSOA has a deadline, but what I note here is each of the agencies has a different standard, and we actually are not even aware, or we haven't agreed on the specific goals. Is it reduction of carbon? Is it reduction of greenhouse gases? So what we need here is harmonization in the goals. But first of all, to get an agency that is globally in charge of setting goals, then we harmonize, and then we get metrics of sustainability and the measurement tools, and also metrics of aviation effects, the negative externalities that accrue because of use of aviation, and measurement tools. And then we can start from there. I submit.
Thank you. All right. I'll allow Madam Chinga, then Francis, then we can close.
Shout. Thank you for the observation. Firstly, I want to apologize because I did the presentation in a rush because I was worried about the time. But I would like to speak to you after the session if you're available. From international aviation, ICAO is the lead organization that leads international aviation and anything to do with environmental protection. And we don't work alone. We work with all the agencies, other agencies that you mentioned, the industry partners, EASA, IATA, they participate in ICAO work on environmental protection. So there's a clear line on who does what and who's responsible for what. We cannot do this alone. Our member states are also involved in these matters related to environmental protection. When it comes to metrics, what do we use to measure CO2 versus non-CO2 emissions? We have a lot of work that we are doing. We have an extensive website that has got so much information, but I would really love to speak to you and give you all the information. I'll be able to answer all the concerns that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinga. Yes, Francis?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. In terms of agency, they are very specific agency. We have the UNFCCC, the United Framework Convention, that monitors all the climate change issues. But you find for aviation, we have ICAO, which monitor international aviation. But in terms of domestic emission, they are reported under NDC, that is National Determined Contribution, under each state, under Ministry of Environment. So, for example, in Kenya, it's the Ministry of Environment to monitor the emission. Then we have other agency, IMO, monitoring maritime, international maritime. In terms of monitoring, you find now after we submit from the state, we submit to the ICAO, and the ICAO aggregate all those emissions for aviation. And then they are submitted to UNFCCC as a package. They are submitted under agenda item 13 of UNFCCC. So you find ICAO is just monitoring international aviation as a specialized agency. But for IMO, you find they're also monitoring international emission as a specialized agency for maritime. But you find also state has to do the domestic emission, which is submitted to the UNFCCC under NDC, National Determined Contribution. And that's why you find from the state level, they have to do different initiatives that we are able to do. For example, Kenya, we are planting 15 billion trees to decarbonize some of our emissions. And then it's aggregated and submitted to UNFCCC as our national measures. So you find there are the different agencies, UN agency with specific mandate that they are located. So there is no duplication is as per the standard, depending on the specialization within the different UN bodies. Also, we have the UNEP, which also deal with other part of the environment, which is also housed here in Kenya, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. A round of applause for our presenters on green aviation and environmental sustainability. Please be upstanding. We'd like to appreciate you for your presentation. Kindly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we really have stretched our time. We were supposed to wind up this at 5 p.m. I can see we are headed towards 20 minutes to 6. Allow me to invite my co-MC, Arno, to just do a wrap-up for the day, 5 minutes, and then he'll give you further guidance on the evening's activity. Thank you.
I don't know what sin I have committed to be the last to speak, but don't throw stones. 5 minutes are so many, I will not use all of them. Briefly, we had an opening today, and thank you very much for having spared your time to come here. And we appreciate all the VIPs who are here to come and officiate, both in the civil aviation, but also in the ministries responsible, as well as foreign affairs and EAC. That was part of our morning, but we also had beautiful and technical presentations and panel discussions, which happened in the afternoon, right before we had our sumptuous lunch, hoping you enjoyed it as well. And definitely, we had before that, those who didn't know what CASSOA was, I think we got a glimpse of what CASSOA is, what we do. And I believe those who have not yet visited us should endeavor to come and visit us. But also, after that, we had a panel discussion in the afternoon as well, where we had a discussion about tourism as a catalyst for trade. And it was quite very interesting how the region and Africa, we should prioritize on the bigger picture than looking at the status quo, because there is so much potential, and this was very well articulated by the panelists from so many. One of the things I've seen, all the panelists, all the presenters, I think here we have seen centuries all together combined in the aviation industry, which means just like the EASA, the other EASA, like he said in the north, said there are so much resources here, and today was just a glimpse. How about tomorrow? Please come and you witness that yourself. Also, we had presentation from EASA, ESAF, as well as ICAO, ESAF, and EASA, who highlighted the regional accident investigation cooperation mechanisms, as well as the EU and Africa project, with advantages it will take, and how us as a region can be part of. And I believe we will all respond positively. We also had a very interesting panel discussion again on the next generation. And I believe even on the sideline, we shall continue. And the biggest, I believe, takeaway, and as actually one of the resolutions, I believe, which we shall see tomorrow, is how, as CASSOA and the countries here represented, the next symposium in the next 2 years, like we heard from our ED, we should sponsor the people coming after us. And definitely we can't forget the environmental aspect we just had right now, with questions still coming up. Thank you, co-MC, saying that we shall continue on the side, writing down, but also, like we said, this is an opportunity to continue sharpening each other, since iron sharpens iron. Briefly, this was our day one. How about tomorrow? Let's meet tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. But in the meantime, give us 1 hour and come back looking beautiful in your African attire, because we have dinner. Oh, I thought I said we have dinner. Oh, thank you. Which looks like the lunch was quite enough, but we can't skip that because the dinner is prepared to us right here. And let's go freshen up. I can't wait to see the pictures displayed and us
having good memories about the event. Thank you very much. À ce soir.
Feeling dealing when alone, even the stars are calling you home. Feeling dealing, what's handle